Chapter 1006, Attack Type Domain Skill. When Shifeng retrieved the rainbow fruit from his bag, he had not bothered to hide its attributes. The fruit's fragrance immediately drew everyone's attention. After the team members read the rainbow fruit's description, they were rendered speechless. Compared to the rainbow fruit, the fruit's fallen wind and thoughtful rain had obtained were nothing. In God's domain, there were other items capable of permanently increasing a player's basic attributes as well. However, even now, none of them had ever heard of items that could permanently increase a player's hidden attributes. Players could not put points into the 4 main hidden attributes by simply leveling up. Yet, the 4 main hidden attributes happened to be extremely important to expert players. The Wind God's spear had gathered in Lake Heart City because of a dangerous quest that might reward a weapon or piece of equipment that would increase a hidden attribute. I'm afraid that even an above-average epic weapon won't be enough for this rainbow fruit. What are you even saying? If I had a rainbow fruit, I wouldn't trade it for an entire set of epic equipment. Those are hidden attributes we're talking about. Moreover, that fruit can increase anywhere from 15 to 40 points. Who knows how many quests we'd have to complete to get that many. Giving the fruit to a personal guard wouldn't be a bad decision either. NPCs are far more powerful than players of the same level and tier. If you can increase an NPC's growth potential to Dark Gold rank, you'd basically have a boss monster that could grow. Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Promoting your class to the next tier is always going to be more difficult than the last. For the sake of one's future, no matter how I think about it, one should consume the fruit themselves. After all, if you are strong enough, would you ever need to worry about getting good items in the future? The team discussed the rainbow fruit enviously. Using the fruit on oneself or giving it to their personal guard were both good options. If they tried to claim that they weren't jealous, they would be lying. However, Shifeng had already proven that he qualified to own the rainbow fruit. Following which, Shifeng stored the rainbow fruit. He had no intentions of deciding how to use the fruit right now. After all, he was still in the trial of God. Clearing the trial of God was still a problem. On the off chance that they failed, wouldn't he have wasted the rainbow fruit? As for the epic treasure chest he had obtained, it was locked. He couldn't open it right now as it required 21 magic stones. As for the Dark Gold Mastery Book, Shifeng had no intentions of using it right now either. Even if he used it, he wouldn't gain anything. The Dark Gold Mastery Book provided anywhere from 50 to 300 mastery points. Unless he gained over 100 mastery points from the book, he couldn't upgrade his one-handed sword mastery from the basic Sword King standard to the intermediate Sword King standard. The only item left was the Tier 4 Surekill skill, Chilling Field. Shifeng had no idea what sort of dangers awaited him. Meanwhile, Chilling Field could increase his combat power significantly, far more than what the rainbow fruit right now. After all, the hidden attributes would only be useful in the long term. They provided very little short-term gains. Following which, Shifeng clicked to learn Chilling Field. Chilling Field Tier 0, Level 1, requires 400,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0, Level 2, coverage radius of 30 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses contain 70% of user's strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 160% damage, while other targets will receive 100% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field will suffer a 10% attribute decrease, 20% movement speed decrease, and 10% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 2 hours. It's already so powerful at level 1. Shifeng was surprised. He had seen Fire Dance's domain skill, Water Binding. As a Tier 3 Surekill skill, it was considered a pseudo-domain skill. It simply could not compare to Chilling Field. Regarding control capabilities, water binding was superior to Chilling Field. However, Chilling Field had the absolute advantage regarding offense and defense. In God's domain, domain skills were divided into many types. There were attack types, defense types, and control types, among which were more detailed subcategories such as single-target or AoE attack types. The same was true for defense types. To put it simply, all domain skills had their own strengths and weaknesses. There was no issue of weak or strong domain skills of a particular tier. It was only a matter of how suitable a domain skill was for a player. Obviously, Chilling Field was an AoE attack-type domain skill. As for water binding, it was a control-type domain skill that could only affect 2 targets at a time. In addition, the EXP required to level Chilling Field was double that of water binding. It would not be easy to upgrade it to Tier 4. However, Shifeng did not pay too much attention to that right now. Immediately, he upgraded Chilling Field to Tier 1, Level 2. Any further, and his level would fall from level 44 to level 43, losing him the effect of the free attribute points he had gained and allocated when he reached level 44. When a player's level decreased in God's domain, they would not lose the free attribute points they had gained and allocated from leveling up. Instead, the points would be temporarily inactive. Only after said player recovered the level would the points become effective again. They would not gain new free attribute points when they reached the level for a second time. After upgrading Chilling Field to Tier 1, Level 2, the skill's attributes underwent an earth-shattering change. Chilling Field Tier 1, Level 2, requires 400 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1, Level 3, coverage radius of 50 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses will contain 90% of user's strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 260% damage, while other targets will receive 150% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field's range will suffer a 15% attribute decrease, a 30% movement speed decrease, and 20% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour, 30 minutes. As expected of a domain skill. With this skill alone, no player of the same tier and level will be my match in a one-on-one. Shifeng was speechless after reading the skill's description. Only now did Shifeng understand why players who had learned domain skills in the past were practically peerless among the same tier. Players of the same tier without their own domain skill had no way of coping with such a skill. One would only have a chance of winning if they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. If one could upgrade a domain skill to Tier 4, even escape would be difficult. Shifeng had experienced this himself. After all, domain skills would no longer restrict the player's movements after reaching Tier 4. After Shifeng learned the domain skill, he instructed the team to rest for a few hours. In any case, the trial of God didn't have a time limit. He could also use this opportunity to recover from the weakened state he had earned from activating twofold Berserk. After the team recovered and had prepared to challenge the next stage, they approached a massive teleportation array in front of the stone altar. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have completed the first stage. Do you wish to leave the trial of God? If you leave, you will be teleported out of the trial and will not incur any punishment. If you continue, you will be teleported to the second stage's individual challenge. Chapter 1007, Lively White River City. Hearing the system notification, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't this the trial of God? Didn't the information say that we won't be able to leave without clearing all of the stages? They had found a lot of information on the trial of God on the official forums. Until now, every person that had challenged the trial of God had only had 2 options to leave the trial. Either they gave up, or they cleared it. This sudden development made everyone wonder if this were a trap set by the system. They could not help but hesitate in making a decision. Big Brother Yifeng, do you think this is a trick? Blue Bamboo asked Shifeng instinctively. In her opinion, there was nothing in God's domain that Shifeng did not know about. Thoughtful Rain also turned to Shifeng. Generally speaking, the game didn't use system notifications to set up a trap for players. However, for reasons unknown, she felt as if only Shifeng's answer would assure her of this. Seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's hopeful gazes, Shifeng smiled bitterly as he said, God's domain system notifications will not lie to players. We were also transferred into the trial of God forcefully rather than through the normal procedures. This is probably why the system is allowing us to leave halfway through the trial. In reality, when Countess Katie Green had teleported them into the trial of God, Shifeng had been shocked. The trial of God was like an otherworld. Moreover, the gods had created this otherworld. Even demigods could not transfer players into the trail forcefully, much less an empire's countess. Normally, players could only enter the trial of God through a spatial connection point. Moreover, this spatial connection point was unstable. Not only did it appear randomly, but it would also disappear after a certain amount of time, regardless of whether or not players had entered. Only gods could transport a player into the trial of God by force. How could the Countess of a mere empire achieve such a feat? According to Shifeng's conjecture, the Countess must have used some kind of item. Take the Bible of Darkness for example. The Bible could activate a gate of darkness, allowing players to travel to the Dark Denver. However, such an item should have some flaws. For example, they could leave the trial of God after completing one stage. Commander, do we leave? Or continue? Autumn Goose asked hesitantly as she looked towards Fallen Wind. The trial of God's rewards were abundant. After obtaining the secret Silver Mastery book, Fallen Wind had finally pushed his shield mastery to the basic master standard, which significantly increased his damage reduction and defense capabilities. If they continued clearing this 6-color trial, they would emerge transformed. At that time, no one within the Dark Knight Empire would be able to afford to underestimate the Wind God Spear. Even those super guilds and super first-rate guilds would have to be cautious when dealing with the adventurer team. We're leaving. Fallen Wind declared. If not for Brother Yifeng's help, we wouldn't have even cleared the trial's first stage. We are lucky that it's giving us the chance to leave. Although the trial of God awarded more with each cleared stage, the same was also true for the stage's difficulty. Accurately determining one's strength was one of the basics of being an expert. Moreover, the system had clearly stated that the next stage would be an individual challenge. They would not find any more loopholes to exploit and would have to rely on their own strength. If he had to guess who on his team could clear the second stage, he was sure that only Shifeng was capable of doing so. Everyone else, including himself, had no hope of clearing the trial. Why should they risk suffering the system's severe punishment? The team agreed with Fallen Wind's proposal. They all felt that greed had gotten the better of them and they had forgotten the reason they had come this far. Turning towards Shifeng, Fallen Wind asked in a very friendly tone, Brother Yifeng, the Wind God Spear intends to leave. May I know what you plan to do next? Me? After giving it some thought, Shifeng said, I'll leave as well. Although the trial of God's rewards are tempting, I still have many matters that I need to attend to. Since that is the case, let's add each other as friends. If not for Brother Yifeng's help, we wouldn't have left this place in one piece. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will give my all to assist you, Fallen Wind said. He then sent Shifeng a friend request, hoping that he could become close friends with this swordsman. It was also thanks to Shifeng's display that he had finally entered the flowing water realm, which he had struggled to reach for many years. Among the many guild experts he had met, none had truly earned his admiration. Shifeng was the first expert he looked up to. He didn't even feel this way about one sword of the 8 sword heroes. Feng instantly accepted Fallen Wind's friend request. In the past, the Wind God Spear had been an apex adventurer team in God's domain. Although its fame was not as widespread as adventurer teams like the Midnight Tea Party and Owl, which even super guilds feared, they were still one of the few apex adventurer teams in the game. Gaining an ally like the Wind God Spear would definitely help Zero Wing's development in the future. If those super guilds found out that Zero Wing had formed a deep relationship with two of God's domain's future apex adventurer teams, they would most likely try to annihilate Zero Wing at all costs. Although, the fact that Feng possessed a city-building order in his hands was already enough of a reason for super guilds to target his guild. Following which, with Feng taking the lead, everyone teleported out of the Trial of God. He then returned to White River City with Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After seeing Feng's group off, Fallen Wind glanced at his team members, addressing them seriously, "You witnessed today's situation for yourselves. Following this, Wind God Spear must work even harder. None of us can afford to be cocky anymore. God's domain is a far more amazing game than we assumed. Nobody knows just how many hidden experts are here." Although the Wind God Spear fared relatively well in the Dark Knight Empire, in the end, the Dark Knight Empire was only one of many empires in God's domain. It was truly laughable that they took pride in their current achievements. The adventuring players nodded in response to Fallen Wind's words. Setting Feng aside, they could already see how powerful Zero Wing was as a guild based on Thoughtful Rain's strength. Moreover, Zero Wing's core members had the opportunity to learn advanced combat techniques. This was not something their Wind God Spear could hope to compete with. Before this, they had all been proud of their ability to pick fights with large guilds. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Ever since Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing, the atmosphere in White River City had become somewhat tense. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members roamed the city. There were also plenty of players hidden under black cloaks. These people had a predator's gaze when they looked at Zero Wing's members. If not for the severe consequences of attacking another player within the city, there was no doubt that these people would have already made their move. Zero Wing's guild residents. These red players are getting increasingly brazen. They are bold enough to eye Zero Wing's members openly on the streets. What can we do? I don't know what Blackwater did, but it has persuaded many dark guilds to join hands against Zero Wing. Not only do we have to be wary of ambushes from Blackwater's teams, but our elite parties also have to look out for sneak attacks from red players. Those bastards only know how to use cowardly tactics. Once they see us rush at them, they scatter and flee. If I get my hands on them, I'll give them a good beating. A few core members in Zero Wing's residence angrily discussed the situation. Chapter 1008, Different Playstyle. After leaving the Trial of God, Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Originally, Feng had intended to pay Countess Katie Green another visit. However, after recalling what the Countess was capable of, he decided against it. He did not have the time or energy to risk getting sent into the Trial of God once more. In any case, if the Countess didn't expect his return, she wouldn't have a reason to flee. Moreover, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing. He needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Upon returning to the guild residence, however, Feng was greeted by a depressing atmosphere. The residence's main hall was far less lively than it had been. There were also fewer players around the quest boards. The former vigorous atmosphere that surrounded the guild residence was gone. It was hard to imagine that Zero Wing had fallen so far in just a few short days. One could see how powerful the Blackwater Corporation's foundations were. Fortunately, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. There were a large number of the guild's members here. It was not easy for Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing in the field. After all, Blackwater needed a lot of manpower to develop the many cities under its rule. The most it could afford was to send the guild's top experts. In a war, both sides needed to spend plenty of coins on rewards and remunerations. A guild's top experts were strong, so their chances of dying were much lower. They were also more capable of killing more enemy players. This was one of the most common methods employed in wars among guilds. In the end, each guild's resources would determine the outcome. Whoever lasted longer would be the winner. In the past, this method had destroyed many small guilds. Large guilds had more resources and funding. They also had more experts. Small guilds could not afford such a taxing war. The Blackwater Corporation really is impressive. In just a few days, they have won over so many of Star Moon Kingdom's dark guilds. Shifeng could not help but frown as he overheard various conversations as players loitered in the main hall. It seems that I can't let the Dark Gods Legion continue its expedition in the Undead Gorge. Are those dark guilds very strong? Thoughtful Rain asked curiously. The Dark Gods Legion was Zero Wing's strongest legion. If he recalled the Dark Gods Legion, it would impact the legion's development. Wars between guilds generally lasted a very long time. Having the Dark Gods Legion waste its time on skirmishes around White River City wasn't a good idea. They're very strong. Unlike regular guilds, dark guilds have an abundance of battle maniacs who love PvP and plundering weapons and equipment from other players. They are very familiar with field battles. Moreover, the skills they learn, the weapons and equipment they wear, and the techniques they possess all focus on PvP. Most importantly, the conditions to join a dark guild are far stricter than regular guilds. To join a regular guild, you only need to pass the guild's test. However, dark guilds are different. Not only do you need to pass the guild's test, but you also need to complete the systems test. The systems test. Thoughtful Rain was even more confused now. This was her first time hearing about such a thing. The systems test to join a dark guild isn't exactly difficult. You are only required to kill 10 players who are no more than 3 levels lower than you. However, remaining in a dark guild is far more difficult. The system will periodically task you with killing a certain number of players and NPCs. By doing so, you will gain a large amount of EXP in various weapons, equipment, and tools. If you fail, however, you will be expelled from the Dark Guild. Because of that, players who remain in the Dark Guilds are incredibly strong. In addition, unlike regular players, Dark Guilds members are very discreet. They are not easy to deal with. This is also why regular guilds usually avoid provoking them, Shifeng explained slowly. In the past, many guilds had been forced to disband because they had provoked powerful Dark Guilds. Unlike regular players, Dark Guild players did not kill monsters to earn EXP, weapons, equipment, money, and other necessities. Instead, they earned EXP from the players they killed. They also earned kill points, which could be traded for weapons, equipment, various tools of slaughter, money, and such. Dark Guilds could easily afford prolonged wars between guilds. It was just another day at the office. This was how these guilds continued to exist in God's domain, despite so few dark guilds in the game and so few members. Following which, Shifeng notified Aqua Rose and called for a war meeting. As soon as Shifeng announced for the meeting, every Zero Wing member burst with excitement. Yes! Our guild's upper echelons are finally going to make a move. I wonder what the guild plans to do this time. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It would be awesome if the guild leader leads us into a decisive battle. It won't be easy to find a battle like that. Haven't you seen that the other party has no intentions of starting a head-on fight? They're trying to whittle us down, bit by bit. Moreover, thanks to those dark guilds, it is becoming more difficult to start a team battle in the fields. Zero Wing's members expressed their opinions as they discussed Shifeng's call for action. Some were hopeful, while others worried. In a level 40 desert map near Starmoon City, large groups of level 20+ players engaged in battle. Every one of these players wore the Blackwater emblem. Surrounding these level 20 plus players was over 100 level 35 plus players. Currently, roughly 30 level 35 plus MTs stood side to side, blocking an advance of demonic ants and great demonic ants. At the rear, groups of elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners launched AoE attacks at the monsters. The scene was spectacular. Demonic Ant, Common. Level 45. HP 50,000/50,000. Giant Demonic Ant, Special Elite. Level 46. HP 550,000/550,000. One demonic ant was not much of a threat. However, demonic ants never acted independently. They generally swarmed with hundreds, sometimes thousands, of their companions. Moreover, demonic ants didn't offer much loot, and the EXP they gave was average at best. Ordinary teams usually avoided them rather than wasting their time. However, demonic ants were one of the best monsters to grind for levels. The leveling speed here is not bad. Continue luring monsters. The more, the merrier, Abandoned Wave commanded as he sat leisurely behind the wall of players, enjoying a glass of wine as he watched his experience bar rapidly rise. A short moment later, the level 20 plus players behind him leveled up again. Their leveling speed was so fast that it could render elite players speechless. Suddenly, an indifferent man in a black cloak, with most of his face covered in black bandages, appeared beside Abandoned Wave. The few level 40 experts guarding Abandoned Wave instantly tensed. Glancing at the indifferent man, Abandoned Wave raised his hand and said, "No need to panic. He's one of ours." Hearing this, the level 40 experts relaxed slightly. However, fear filled their gazes as they looked at the indifferent player. After all, none of them had sensed the man before he revealed himself. If he had come here with ill intent, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Why are you here?" Abandoned Wave asked the bandaged man curiously. "My side's preparations are almost complete. I'm here just to give you these items. When the time comes, your men won't need to worry about friendly fire." Chapter 1009, Moon God's Robes. A large group of independent players had gathered before Heaven's Burial's majestic guild residence in Starmoon City, everyone quietly waiting to take the guild's entrance exam. In the past, such a situation would have been unthinkable for Heaven's Burial. Now, however, this had become a regular scene, and the city's inhabitants were used to it. Suddenly, these waiting players heard loud neighing. Everyone turned towards the sound. "Wow, so many mounts. Are those common mounts?" "Those are warhorses. I heard that warhorses are bronze rank at the very minimum. Heaven's Burial is so amazing. It has so many warhorses. I have to join Heaven's Burial no matter what. If I get a bronze mount, all of the time I've invested into God's domain will worth it." In the next moment, over a dozen players atop various kinds of warhorses entered Heaven's Burial's residence, arousing the crowd's envy. Particularly, the sight of the valiant, heroic beauty leading the group etched itself into everyone's minds. Not only was this beauty fully geared with top-tier equipment, but her white warhorse also wore a set of silver armor. She looked like a war goddess as she rode into the residence. All throughout Starmoon City knew this goddess's name. The Ice Witch, Daybreak Fog. Daybreak Fog had earned this title by defeating one of the Star Alliance's 100-man elite teams in front of a dungeon by herself. The Star Alliance had sent many experts to deal with her, including Red Feather, a player on the God's Domain's experts list. In the end, however, Daybreak Fog had defeated all of these experts single-handedly, even Red Feather. While she killed the Star Alliance's members, she had displayed her exceptional technique with ice-type spells. She had transformed the dungeon's entrance into a winter wonderland with an ice-type, large-scale destruction spell. After she used the spell, not one player, aside from herself, had lived to see that snowy world. As a result, some players had started calling her the Ice Witch. Over time, as the tale of that battle had been retold, all of Star Moon City's players had begun to refer to her as the Ice Witch. She's too beautiful. If I get into Heaven's Burial, I want to work under my goddess. Keep dreaming. Lady Fog is the commander of Heaven's Burial's Ice Fog Legion. Only the elites among elites are allowed to join that legion. It's not even certain that you'll be accepted into the guild with your standards, much less joining the legion. Among the many independent players crowded before the residence, many only sought to join Heaven's Burial because they had been captivated by Daybreak Fog's charm. Otherwise, they would have joined Blackwater instead. After all, Blackwater's guild was backed by the famous Blackwater Corporation. Upon entering Heaven's Burial's meeting room, Daybreak Fog directed her gaze toward Singular Burial, who sat in the guild leader's seat, and asked curiously, "Guild leader, why have you recalled us so suddenly?" Many of the guild's upper echelons were also present in the meeting room. Aside from the several lifestyle class masters, these members were mostly level 40. If an ordinary player were here, they would tremble with fear. Among the level 40 experts present, everyone was considered a top tier in Star Moon Kingdom. Even the guild leaders of other large guilds had to treat them with respect. "Take a seat. I'll explain soon," Singular Burial said as he pointed towards the vice guild leader's seat. Hearing Singular Burial's words, Daybreak Fog's confusion grew. Practically every upper echelon was here, only a few preoccupied members were missing. Yet, Singular Burial's comment seemed to suggest that they were waiting for someone. "What's going on?" When Daybreak Fog reached her seat, she noticed an additional, empty seat beside Singular Burial. This seat had been placed parallel to the guild leader's seat. Daybreak Fog wasn't the only person who wondered. The rest of the upper echelons were also curious. In Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial was their one and only leader. He had single-handedly supported the entire guild. No one sat as his equal. That hadn't even changed when Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, had visited. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, the meeting room's heavy doors swung open. "Who is she?" Everyone turned towards the doors, discovering a peerless beauty. The dazzling young woman wore a set of luxurious purple robes that reached the ground, vividly highlighting her graceful curves. The girl had silky black hair that reached her willowy waist. Every step she took felt as if she were stepping on their aspirations, inadvertently driving their gazes to the floor. How does such a person exist in this world? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened in shock. She had never dreamed of this world having such a beautiful girl. Even Daybreak Fog acknowledged that she was no match for the girl's beauty, and she could not help herself from being captivated. The instant this young woman appeared, she had become the center of attention. "Is she wearing the moon god's robes?" the cleric Flame Blood commented, shocked, when he saw the young woman's luxurious, purple robes. When everyone else heard the comment, they were also shocked. Ordinary players might not know what the moon god's robes were, but the equipment was relatively famous in Blackwing City's high-class auction house. As epic-ranked mage robes, the starting bid was already a whopping 4,000 gold. Its price could already rival that of an epic weapon. In the end, however, a mysterious player had purchased it for 7,600 gold. Many players had ridiculed this mysterious player. After all, this player had spent so much money to compete with the NPC nobles over a single piece of epic equipment. Had that person spent a little more money, they could have afforded a major city's golden land. It would have been easy to earn back the cost then. They had never dreamed that such a peerless beauty had been the mysterious player who purchased the moon god's robes. These guild members instantly activated their identification skills, hoping to discover this beauty's identity. However, even after using advanced identification skills, they had failed to learn anything. "Sorry for the delay. I had some matters to deal with," the young woman apologized after taking her seat. "Alright, since everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Miss Ling Jingxian. She has come here to discuss the raid on Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial said, respect filling his voice as he introduced Ling Jingxian. Although the introduction had been simple, everyone was shocked. Singular Burial's respect for Ling Jingxian was one thing, but they had not expected that their discussion would involve raiding Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1010, High-Profile War Declaration. Guild Leader, are you really planning to do this? Flame Blood asked, slightly confused. There were no NPC towns close to Stone Forest Town. If they attempted to raid Stone Forest Town, they wouldn't be able to dispatch reinforcements quickly. On the other hand, Zero Wings members could utilize the guild transfer scroll to reach the town in an instant. Even when they died, they would revive inside the town. To put it simply, this town was easily defensible. Although Stone Forest Town's protection period was over, players could hire NPC guards. Although the levels of the enlisted NPCs would not be as high as the level 150 NPC guards hired during the protection period, recruited NPCs were still 10 to 15 levels higher than current players. With Stone Forest Town being one of Zero Wing's primary revenue sources, after its protection period had ended, Zero Wing had hired 500 level 50 and above Tier 1 NPC guards to defend it. In addition, many of Zero Wing's members were garrisoned in the town. Zero Wing had also constructed basic mana pulse cannons, which the guild had used in its war against the Star Alliance, around the town. In the last war, Zero Wing had introduced everyone to the weapon's attack range and destructive power. Hence, raiding Stone Forest Town would not be easy. It was likely that they would have to sacrifice a significant number of players to take the town. The other Heaven's Burial members also turned to Singular Burial, wearing confused expressions. While they had considered raiding Stone Forest Town before, it was too early for that. God's domain was only starting to transition into the era of mounts. They should wait a little longer. I understand your concerns. However, I have already considered this problem. Since we are going to make a move, I am confident in our success. Singular Burial chuckled. However, I would like to invite Miss Ling to elaborate on this point. Everyone shifted their gaze towards Ling Jingxian, questioning looks filling their eyes. I've received news that Zero Wing has recently contacted several major companies to gain financial support. In addition, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has begun to move against Zero Wing and is dealing with Zero Wing's branch guild in Lake Heart City. In response, Zero Wing has dispatched quite a number of their members to the Black Dragon Empire. Hence, the guild's member population in Stone Forest Town has decreased significantly. However, most importantly, Zero Wing has begun to show signs of activity in White River City. They have even recalled their guild's strongest Dark Gods Legion. As long as Zero Wing is focused on hunting down Dark Guild members, the latter will think of a way to pin down Zero Wing's main forces for as long as possible. After that, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial can take the opportunity to attack Stone Forest Town. Ling Jingxuan's explanation had caught these upper echelons' interest. If Zero Wing pitted everything it had to defend Stone Forest Town, they would never be able to capture the town. However, now that Zero Wing's members were scattered, it would be a piece of cake to take Stone Forest Town with the strength of both guilds. I have a question. Daybreak Fog suddenly declared. If Zero Wing's members use their guild transfer scrolls, they can easily gather in Stone Forest Town. Regardless of how fast we assemble our forces, we're not faster than Zero Wing. As if she had expected this question, Ling Jingxian took out over a dozen old, tattered scrolls, displaying them on the table. Those are. Curiously, everyone examined the scroll's introduction. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped, none of them could believe their eyes. A sealing magic array. This magic array would seal off an area for a certain amount of time, preventing the players from teleporting out of or into the area. This was a godly tool for raiding towns and cities. If Zero Wing could not teleport players into Stone Forest Town, with the small number of players garrisoned in the town, they could successfully raid it. As long as they took Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its main source of income. Meanwhile, their two guilds, who captured Stone Forest Town, would enjoy the town's massive profits. With this shift in power, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing was annihilated. I'll leave the sealing magic array in your hands. I hope that you can construct it quickly. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll be taking my leave. After Ling Jingxian said so, she left the meeting room under everyone's watchful gazes. Fog, you and everyone else here, get ready. I've already arranged for the advanced lifestyle players that will be required to construct the sealing magic array. You will protect them until they have finished their work. Do not let anyone disrupt them. Singular Burial commanded sternly. Guild leader, leave it to us, everyone excitedly replied. The sealing magic array was powerful. However, it possessed major flaws. Players needed to construct the magic array's cores in various locations of a map. Moreover, the magic array cores would disturb the surrounding mana, which would, in turn, cause nearby monsters to gather and attack the cores. Hence, players were needed to defend the cores. This was why Singular Burial had called Heaven's Burial's upper echelons back. To seal a map as large as Stone Forest Towns, they needed to construct at least 14 magic array cores. In other words, they needed to defend 14 separate locations. If they mobilized too many players at once, it would attract Zero Wing's attention. Hence, dispatching experts to defend these locations was the best option. When the time came, they simply needed to replace these experts with a large number of elite players. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, after Shifeng recalled the Dark God's Legion, he had Fire Dance rally the guild's experts and elites, officially announcing their crusade against the Dark Guilds in Star Moon Kingdom that targeted their guild. Every player in Star Moon Kingdom noticed this sudden announcement. In a few short minutes, Shifeng's post rose to the very top of Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. This is insane. Zero Wing has gone insane. Zero Wing is awesome. It has openly declared a crusade against Star Moon Kingdom's dark guilds. With their temper, these dark guilds won't let this rest. All hail Zero Wing. Zero Wing's latest declaration dazzled God's Domain's ordinary players. Not only was Zero Wing at war with two of the kingdom's giants, but it had also declared war on the dark guilds, which most players tried to avoid. Only a lunatic would make a move like this. The various guilds were even more shocked by Zero Wing's declaration of war. Ordinary players might not realize the truth about dark guilds, but they were perfectly aware. Although dark guilds had very few members, these people were extremely obstinate. Dealing with large guilds like theirs was just another day at work for these people. Moreover, even if these players died, their dark guilds wouldn't compensate them for any losses. They would only have themselves to blame for not being strong enough. Speaking of the survivability of dark guild players, they were much stronger than regular guild members. Most importantly, unlike regular guilds, dark guilds did not possess a permanent base of operations such as a guild residence. Instead, they operated like independent players. A simple bar was enough of a base for them. They could easily move between towns controlled by the forces of darkness. Hence, it was very difficult to launch a concentrated attack against dark guilds. Regarding sustainability, regular guilds were even less of a match for their dark cousins. Dark guilds players could level up by killing other players. This was not an option for regular guild players. If an extended war occurred between a regular guild and a dark guild, the latter would only exhaust their enemy to death. Hence, regular guilds generally overlooked dark guilds as none of them wanted an unnecessary confrontation. Logically, Zero Wing should have been more focused on dealing with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial after it realized that its enemies had hired dark guilds to take action. After all, dark guilds were merely hired guns. It was easy enough to hold them at bay. Once their employers were gone, they would go back to their normal lifestyle. Yet, not only had Zero Wing ignored Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, but it had also provoked the various dark guilds deliberately. Zero Wing's priorities were clearly skewed. Chapter 10-11, High Alert Mode. A measly guild like Zero Wing dares provoke all of our dark guilds. They must be tired of living. If we don't annihilate Zero Wing, the other guilds will start to think that we're weak. I had only planned to humor the Blackwater Corporation. However, now it's personal. Our dark guilds will not rest until Zero Wing's name has been erased from Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after Zero Wing announced its crusade, the various dark guilds' upper echelons issued their response. Originally, there hadn't been many dark guild players in White River City. However, after Zero Wing's declaration, cloaked players began to flood into the city. Moreover, Zero Wing's members experienced more ambushes in the fields around White River City. Guild leader, now that the members from the various dark guilds have gathered, our guild's parties can't leave the city. Only larger teams have any sense of safety in the fields. Some of those dark guilds have even begun to boldly stalk our guild residence's entrance, trailing anyone who leaves and finding an opportunity to ambush them, Aqua Rose reported, frowning. She didn't understand what Shifeng was trying to do. They could deal with a single dark guild. Now, however, members from over a dozen dark guilds had gathered in White River City. The city was practically a hub for red names now, yet Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it. As long as these red players wore cloaks and disguised themselves with various items, they could easily trick the NPC guards. Even if they were discovered, as long as they escaped to the fields, they would vanish without a trace. Although she had dispatched Zero Wing's core members to kill some of these dark guild players, they barely made a scratch. If they continued this war of attrition, these dark guilds would wear Zero Wing down. Furthermore, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial were watching their guild closely. They've gathered in White River City. Nodding, Shifeng smiled and said, "We should celebrate. With this, we won't have to waste time looking for them." Aqua Rose was confused. Despite the increasing number of enemies, Shifeng thought this was a good thing. However, Shifeng did not bother to explain. He simply led Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to the Adventurers Association. In the end, dark guilds were still dark guilds. They were no different than street rats that were forced to hide in dark corners. Now that they were acting so bold inside an NPC city, they had to pay the price. "Hello, sir, how may I be of service to you today?" the blonde NPC beauty behind the counter asked as she watched Shifeng's group approach. "Hello, I wish to purchase a blood aura crystal. Also, I want to activate White River City's high alert mode," Shifeng said. Neither Aqua Rose or Fire Dance had any idea of what was going on. They had never heard of the blood aura crystal or the so-called high alert mode. "Sir, you'll need to be at least a 2-star adventurer to purchase the blood aura crystal. As for activating White River City's high alert mode, you need to be a 3-star adventurer to apply for that," the NPC beauty explained. "Will this identity be enough?" Shifeng chuckled as he switched to the Spirit Slayer title. The Spirit Slayer title was an advanced title that allowed him to enjoy 4-star benefits in the Adventurers Association. His status was equivalent to that of a Vice Branch Association Master. "So, it is Lord Spirit Slayer. Here is the Blood Aura Crystal. As you are a 4-star adventurer, you will receive a 30% discount. You may purchase the Blood Aura Crystal for 700 gold. As for applying for the city's high alert mode, you must pay a 1,400 gold application fee." Upon seeing Shifeng's title, the NPC beauty adopted a more respectful tone and posture as she spoke with Shifeng. "Alright," Shifeng said. He then handed 2,100 gold to the NPC. Both the Blood Aura Crystal and the city's high alert mode were red players' nemesis. This was why players from the various dark guilds avoided NPC cities. The Blood Aura Crystal could detect players' blood aura within a certain range. Only players who had killed other players or lawful NPCs had a blood aura. It was similar to PvP players' red names. It also took a long time for a player to get rid of their blood aura. In the past, the blood aura crystal had been commonly used to target dark guilds. Only, current players had not discovered this yet. The blood aura crystal was also very expensive, and only 2-star adventurers could purchase and use it. As for the high alert mode, to put it simply, it would prevent all players within White River City from equipping black cloaks to hide their identities. The patrolling NPCs would also wield an advanced detection stone that would pick up on dark creatures' auras and red players' blood auras. At the same time, players within the city would not be able to use teleportation items. With this mode, there were only 2 ways to leave the city, the teleportation hall and the city's entrance. However, high-tiered NPCs guarded both locations. Without the black cloak to hide their identities, red players had no escape. Lord Spirit Slayer, your application has been approved. High alert mode will last for 3 natural days. You will have to wait another week before you can reapply for this mode, the NPC Beauty respectfully informed Shifeng. After the NPC finished speaking, a system announcement rang throughout White River City. White River City system announcement: the city has temporarily entered high alert mode. All teleportation tools will no longer function within the city. The system announcement repeated 3 times, dazing White River City's players. What's this high alert mode? Did somebody trigger a special quest? As the city's players wondered about the system announcement, every player wearing a black cloak was revealed. What's going on? Why isn't my black cloak working? The Dark Guild players camping outside Zero Wing's residence panicked at this sudden development. Without their black cloak's hide effect, the high-tiered NPCs would easily see through their disguises. As red players, they were as good as dead if they were caught inside an NPC city. Guards are coming. Don't worry. They're only patrol guards, not high-tiered NPCs. We just need to be careful. Once this high alert mode ends, we can leave the city safely. You're right. Only advanced identification skills can see through our disguises. Just as these red players started to relax, the patrol guards over 200 yards away charged towards them. Without hesitation, the NPC guards began to slaughter these Dark Guild players. For a time, battles broke out across White River City, shocking the city's ordinary players. After a few minutes, all Dark Guild members within White River City were dead. Not one had survived the NPC guards' onslaught. However, this was not the worst part. It was common knowledge that, in White River City, the punishment for attacking another player was quite severe. If the city's NPCs caught these Dark Guild members, who had killed countless players, these players' only real option was to delete their accounts and start all over. Chapter 10-12, Profitable Investment. Ha ha ha. Now that Zero Wing has provoked so many Dark Guilds, I can't wait to see how the guild gets out of this. Even I am starting to pity Zero Wing. Gentle Snow can't get her priorities straight either, refusing to join Underworld. I wonder how much she's regretting that decision. Young Master Feng, should we head to White River City and take care of Zero Wing's members, too? That's a nice idea. Now that so many guilds are targeting Zero Wing, we can disguise ourselves and use this opportunity to rake in some profit. If we can get rid of 10 or so Zero Wing core members, we can upgrade everyone's equipment. If we're lucky, we might even get a cut of White River City. My position in the organization will rise again, and I won't have to listen to that damnable woman anymore. Currently, Feng Xianyang led a team to grind level 42 mine gnomes, using them to power level to level 40. However, as his team lacked good equipment, they couldn't afford to venture too far into the mine. If they could upgrade their equipment, they could increase their grinding speed. However, when Feng Xianyang thought about how he had been forced to lead this team personally, he was indescribably frustrated. He had been one of Underworld's middle managers. Now, however, he had been reduced to leading a team to grind monsters. This was all due to Underworld's upper echelon's sudden focus on Yulan. They had even transferred Maple City's management, as well as 5 other major cities, to Yulan. This was a nightmare. Just you wait. When Zero Wing falls, I'll poach Zero Wing's top players and regain possession of Overwhelming Smile. Feng Xianyang inwardly chuckled. Zero Wing's elite members and experts were extraordinarily strong. If Zero Wing were defeated, these people would refuse to join guilds like Blackwater or Heaven's Burial. At that time, he simply needed to offer an appropriate price to recruit them. After making these people his own, Underworld's upper echelons would have no choice but to focus on him. When Feng Xianyang and his team reached White River City, they were astounded by what they saw. The NPC guards were slaughtering numerous players inside the teleportation hall. In the face of the level 180 guards, level 40 expert players were infants. The NPCs only needed one hit to defeat each player. One cloaked player, who had just teleported into the city, died before he had even realized what had happened. What's going on here? Chills ran down Feng Xianyang's spine as he looked down at the Dark Guild player corpse beside him. Feng Xianyang wasn't the only player who wondered what was happening. Many other guilds that had teleported to White River City to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament were stupefied. Inside the spacious teleportation hall, several hundred disguised red players had died. The scent of blood lingered in the air. White River City had become a forbidden ground for red players. Previously, everyone had thought that these Dark Guild players were too arrogant in the city. Now, however, they pitted these players. Any red players the NPC guards killed would be jailed in White River City's confinement room to await their punishment after they resurrected. With the crime values these Dark Guild members possessed, it would be a miracle if they were not locked up for over a month. Rescuing these players from White River City's confinement room was nothing more than a dream. Level 200, Tier 3 NPCs guarded that room, and they would instantly kill any and all players that didn't belong. However, if these players weren't rescued, mainstream players would have long since surpassed these players' levels and equipment by the time their prison sentence was over. It would be very difficult to catch up. At the very least, they would need to spend several months grinding endlessly. As for deleting their accounts and starting all over again, although they could level up quickly if high-level players power-leveled them, they would never catch up to mainstream players in a month without some leveling secret. Of course, regaining their levels was one issue, but what about their reputation? What about their weapons and equipment? What about the wealth they had accumulated? Young Master Feng, are we still going to take on Zero Wing's members? South Wolf, who was currently level 38, asked hesitantly. Zero Wing was definitely involved in White River City's sudden development, and anyone that said otherwise was lying. If Zero Wing was already capable of this, who knew what else the guild could do? Let's investigate the situation first. Feng Xianyang felt somewhat unsteady at this moment. He could not forget the level 40 expert who had teleported in beside him dying after a single strike. Elsewhere, the various Dark Guild's upper echelons were dumbfounded when they heard the news of this sudden development. Can someone tell me what is going on? Why are White River City's NPCs slaughtering our members like madmen? This was the first time these Dark Guilds had encountered a situation like this. The NPC city that they had been able to move through freely was now a forbidden land. Over half of the members they had dispatched to White River City were dead. Only a small minority were still active in the fields near White River City. This was an unprecedented blow to their Dark Guilds. The death of their members was nothing to them. However, if their members were confined for over a month, this would severely wound their guilds. Damn it! Zero Wing set us up. Contact the other Dark Guilds immediately. From now on, we cannot let anyone from Zero Wing survive. If they show themselves, kill them all. Starmoon Kingdom's various Dark Guilds swore to fight Zero Wing until the bitter end. What did you say? Over half of the Dark Guild members have been locked up in White River City's confinement room. How is that possible? Didn't they have their disguise tools? Abandoned Wave's expression froze when he received the news. He could not bring himself to believe it. While Dark Guilds were not strong in a head-on battle, their survivability and ambushing capabilities in the fields were top-notch. This was precisely the reason that he had paid a massive price for these Dark Guilds to whittle down Zero Wing's strength. Yet, now, over half of them had been killed and jailed in White River City. With this, it had become far more difficult to deal with Zero Wing's members. Guild leader, what should we do now? Now that over half of the Dark Guild players have been locked up, the threat on Zero Wing has been reduced significantly. Moreover, some of the regular guilds that intended to strike Zero Wing have decided on the wait-and-see approach, the middle-aged, bald man asked. After some thought, Abandoned Wave commanded, this development has affected our plans slightly, but no matter. Contact the Dark Guilds immediately. Tell them that we'll send some of our top players to assist. If they can delay Zero Wing's top players, we'll reward them. Heaven's Burial had already begun to construct the sealing cores around Stone Forest Town. If they could not pin Zero Wing's core members down in White River City, taking Stone Forest Town would become far more troublesome. Understood. After hearing this, the middle-aged man retreated to contact the various Dark Guilds. Meanwhile, inside White River City, Shifeng was in a very good mood. He had simply spent some money to exterminate the pests in White River City. He had never expected such a huge windfall. After he had activated the city's high alert mode, over 10,000 red players had died and were captured. This result earned him yet another advanced title. City Protector. Chapter 1013, Epic Personal Guard Quest. When Shifeng heard the system notification, he was dazed for a long moment. He had never thought that he could obtain an advanced title like this. It was already difficult to obtain a basic title, let alone an advanced title. Now, just by spending 1,400 gold, not only had he dealt with the eyesores in the city, but he had also earned himself an advanced title. No one would believe this. In the past, many large guilds had willingly spent over 10,000 gold for an accurate clue that led to an advanced title, not to mention the method of obtaining one. City Protector. While Shifeng was relatively familiar with the basic titles throughout God's domain, his understanding of advanced titles was quite shallow. After all, advanced titles were extraordinary. Nobody would casually reveal information about them. City Protector, advanced title, a hero that has protected the city from the dark forces' influence. Wielder enjoys the benefits of a major noble in every human city. At the same time, personal guards can accept one epic quest per week. In addition, personal guards receive a 5% increase to quest success rate. As expected of an advanced title, it actually allows my personal guards to pick up one epic quest each week. Shifeng could not help his surprise. Personal guards' development speeds depended on the quests they accepted from the Adventurers Association. The higher the quest's rank was, the better the EXP and items it would award. However, there were not many personal guard quests to choose from in the Adventurers Association. Even Dark Gold quests only appeared about once a week, much less epic quests. One would be extremely lucky if they picked up an epic quest once a month. If his personal guards could complete an epic quest once a week, their improvement speed would be unimaginable. They also had a 5% success rate. Even if he allowed Dark Gold guards like Kite and Anna to challenge a Dark Gold quest, their success rate was only 50%. If they were very well equipped, their success rate could top out at 80%. As Shifeng understood it, even extremely well-equipped Dark Gold guards only had a 30% chance of completing an epic quest. Otherwise, ordinary Dark Gold guards only had a 20% chance for success. As for Fine Gold guards, even with top-tier equipment, they'd be lucky if they had a 10% success rate. Hence, the City Protector title's 5% increase to his guard's quest success rate was amazing. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng immediately replaced his Spirit Slayer title with the City Protector title. He then summoned Kite and Anna to his side. Both Kite and Anna had leveled up significantly after some time away from Shi Feng. The last time he saw the two NPCs, both were only level 60. Now, however, both had reached level 65. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, who stood beside Shi Feng, were shocked upon seeing Kite and Anna. How are they so strong? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She had long since become a Viscount of White River City and could recruit her own personal guard. After mobilizing the guild strength and Shi Feng's guidance, she had managed to recruit a fine gold guard. Moreover, this fine gold guard was a guardian knight, which was an excellent match for her class. She had been overjoyed when she found this personal guard. After that, she had spared no effort to nurture her personal guard, helping the NPC accept all sorts of high-ranking quests. Her personal guard had only recently reached level 60. Who knew how many more quests the NPC had to complete to reach level 65? However, the NPC was already considered very high level. After all, the personal guards that other guilds' upper echelons recruited were usually around level 55 to 58. In terms of strength, those personal guards were nowhere near a match for hers. Yet, right now, not only had both of Shi Feng's personal guards reached level 65, but the NPC's auras felt like that of two level 65 Great Lords. Aqua Rose felt as if she were suffocating in their presence. After summoning his two personal guards, he spent 200 gold for both of them to accept an epic quest together. The Adventurers Association's epic personal guard quests could be completed by more than one person. Moreover, by forming a party, the guard success rates increased. However, only personal guards that belonged to the same player could form a party. Multiple players' personal guards could not form parties together. With both Kite and Anna challenging the epic quest, the displayed success rate had increased substantially. Including the benefits from Shi Feng's title, their current success rate was 37%. That percentage was high enough to excite many players, but Shi Feng was not satisfied. Although a 37% success rate seemed relatively high, Shi Feng knew that Kite and Anna might only succeed one of 5 attempts, rather than the theoretical one of 3. However, these NPCs could only accept one epic quest each week. In other words, it could take 5 weeks for Kite and Anna to complete one epic quest. To Shi Feng, who started in God's domain with nothing and had not had the support of any corporation, this efficiency wasn't favorable. It seems that I'll have to use it. Shi Feng opened his bag and looked at the rainbow fruit that sat quietly inside. As a divine artifact, the rainbow fruit could increase a player's potential, setting a sturdy foundation for challenging their Tier 4 and Tier 5 promotions. The boost might even help with one's Tier 6 promotion. After all, the 4 major hidden attributes were incredibly important. It was extremely difficult to increase any of those attributes by 1 point, not to mention improving all 4 by 15 points or more. However, using the rainbow fruit to nurture a near-invincible personal guard was also not a bad idea. In the past, despite Kite's growth potential of 92 points, he had been practically invincible among Tier 5 classes. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players could take him down a notch. If Shi Feng nurtured a Tier 6 personal guard, he could stroll through God's domain unhindered. However, getting an NPC to Tier 6 was far more difficult than getting a player to Tier 6. It was not a problem that could be solved with money alone. Luck, opportunity, and strength were all necessary to raise a personal guard to Tier 6. Kite's potential is at 94, while Anna's is at 96. Although Anna is no match for Kite in a head-on fight, it will be safer to let Anna use the fruit. After giving it some thought, Shi Feng decided to let Anna consume the rainbow fruit. After Anna ate the fruit, the room's mana grew rampant. However, this phenomenon was different from a high-tiered spell. It felt as if someone were deliberately controlling the surrounding mana. Right now, various elemental mana had come together to form a 7-colored mist that rapidly melded with Anna's body. Soon, the 7-colored mist formed a giant cocoon that enveloped Anna. The mist flashed, again and again, releasing a 7-colored radiance and a frighteningly powerful aura with each burst. Shifeng paled in the face of this mighty aura, and even moving a finger was difficult. As for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, they were as stiff as statues. They could not move whatsoever. If not for them being in the VIP hall on the Adventurers Association's second floor with a magic array separating them from the outside world, Shifeng did not doubt that every player in the association would have been thrown to the floor. After a minute passed, a crack formed in the 7-colored cocoon. When the cocoon shattered, Anna slowly emerged from within. However, unlike before, Anna seemed to have dominated elemental mana. The surrounding mana could not help but submit to her. Was it a success? Shifeng anxiously examined Anna's statistics. Chapter 1014, Promotion to Epic Guard. The frightening mana circulating in the room drove everyone's gazes to Anna. Despite having the same level and items, Anna's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. What's going on? Guild leader, what did you do? Aqua Rose's eyes widened in shock as she looked between Shifeng and Anna. She had no idea what Shifeng had done to transform his personal guard. Previously, she had felt Anna radiate a powerful pressure. Now, however, she felt nothing from the woman. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation, so she knew full well what had caused the change. The greatest danger was one that you couldn't sense. To put it simply, Anna's new strength was outside her range of perception. While Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked, Shifeng was extremely anxious. The rainbow fruit was a divine artifact. It was likely that he would never obtain another. If Anna remained a dark gold guard after consuming the fruit, the loss would be tremendous. Shifeng took a deep breath before taking a look at Anna's statistics. Anna, Yi Feng's personal guard, level 65 loyalty, 95 growth potential, 105. Epic rank. She reached epic rank. Shifeng was ecstatic. He had never heard of an epic guard. As to whether or not epic guards had existed in the past, he had no idea. He had merely been the guild leader of a second-rate guild back then. He had not been privy to many of God's domain's secrets. However, he was certain of one thing. Even among epic guards, one would be hard-pressed to find one with a growth potential as high as 105 points. In God's domain, the importance of an NPC's growth potential grew as they reached higher levels. At higher levels, even an extra point would result in a massive boost to the guard's attributes with each level up. Hence, even personal guards of the same rank and level could have drastically different attributes. Take Kite for example. Although his growth potential was only 2 points higher than it had been, after he reached the same level and tier that he had been in the past, his strength would surpass his past self by a minimum of 10%. If it came down to a battle, the present Kite could easily suppress and defeat the past Kite within a short time. Moreover, this was only a 2-point difference for Dark Gold rank. There was even less need to mention Epic rank. There had not been any clear standards in the past for Epic guards. Any NPC whose growth potential exceeded 100 points was considered an Epic guard. Currently, Anna's growth potential exceeded Kite's by a whopping 11 points. By the time Anna reached level 70 or 80, he had no doubt that she would defeat Kite even in a melee battle. In terms of combat power, even the current Anna could defeat Kite. As both NPCs continued to level, the gap between them would only grow wider. In the end, even Kite would have to look up to Anna. Amazing! Anna's promotion to Epic rank has raised the Epic Quest success rate to 67%. I doubt even a full party of Dark Gold guards could achieve such a percentage. Shifeng was speechless. With her promotion, Anna had learned many new skills. She now had 3 Tier 2 curses, one more than before. Most importantly, she had learned a Tier 2 domain skill. With this domain skill, Anna was practically invincible among Tier 2 classes. Unless the other party also possessed a domain skill, even 2 kites were no match for Anna. Following which, Shifeng had Kite and Anna set out to complete their epic quest. The sooner they completed it, the more they could improve their strength. Guild leader, I've just received news that Blackwater has dispatched many of their top players. From the looks of it, it seems that they were sent to help those dark guilds. Meanwhile, the members of the various dark guilds have joined forces. Not only are they targeting parties, but they've also begun ambushing 100-man teams, Aqua Rose reported once she received this information. In addition, Blackwater has opened another shop in White River City and is selling cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures in large quantities. They've even reduced their prices. They've already lured a lot of players to their shop. They've also started purchasing rare herbs and ores at high prices from all over Starmoon Kingdom. It looks like they're getting serious. Getting serious, huh? Shifeng smiled. Since they want to play this game, then we'll get serious as well. Saying so, Shifeng purchased 100 cloaking scrolls from the Adventurers Association. The cloaking scrolls were unique to the Adventurers Association. Only 3-star adventurers could purchase them, and each scroll cost 20 gold. The cloaking scroll were considerably useful to players adventuring in the fields. When used, the scroll provided a cloaking buff to players within a 20-yard radius, which prevented them from being tracked, searched, and perceived. It also increased these players' movement speeds by 10% for 2 hours. This was a must-have tool for escaping and pursuing enemies. Unfortunately, only the person who purchased items from the Adventurers Association could use them. 2-star adventurers could purchase a scroll similar to the cloaking scroll, but the scroll was only effective on themselves. Following which, Shifeng gathered the Dark Gods Legion's members and Zero Wing's main force in the guild hall. He then used the Blood Aura Crystal and Cloaking Scroll. Everyone immediately obtained a buff. White River City Region, Snowy Forest. The Snowy Forest was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. Usually, White River City's various large guilds came here to level. Now, however, this had become the main battlefield in the war between Zero Wing and the various dark guilds. Godfire, you really are amazing. You actually defeated that level 39 expert from Zero Wing in 3 moves. A level 39 mighty berserker in spiked armor gushed with admiration as he gazed at a level 40 emaciated youth wearing dark grey mage robes. As their dark guilds had agreed to work together, they no longer operated individually or in small parties. They now moved in large teams. After experiencing several battles together, everyone on this team admired this level 40 elementalist. It's nothing. Zero Wing's experts are noobs. They couldn't dodge my Great Fire Dragon technique. If I were fighting our guild's experts, they would have easily dodged an attack like that rather than succumbing to my chain attacks, the youth named Purgatory Godfire said, laughing. Godfire, you're too humble. I've heard that you are the top 5th elementalist in your guild. Among the elementalists in Starmoon Kingdom, only a handful are as strong as you, another level 40 masked assassin said. Others might not realize Godfire's strength, but he knew. After all, Godfire's dark guild was far from ordinary. The elementalist was a member of Smiling Angel. It was a top-tier dark guild that operated in multiple kingdoms and empires. The guild was many times stronger than their dark guilds, which only operated in Starmoon Kingdom. While everyone chatted with each other merrily, 5 streaks of blue light swept past the team. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the team's 50 players died, transforming into light particles before vanishing and leaving behind a few pieces of weapons and equipment. Who? The Dark Guild players finally reacted. They turned towards the blue light's origin. They were all experts, yet they had only noticed the ambush after 5 of their team members had died. This was unprecedented. Don't even think that you can escape with your lives after killing Zero Wings members. Chapter 10-15, Initial Display of Strength. As a deep voice echoed throughout the forest, over a dozen figures emerged from the woods. Every player bore a silver, six-winged emblem on their chests. Moreover, the lowest leveled player among them was level 39, while many of them were level 40. These players also brandished awe-inspiring weapons and equipment. However, after these dozen or so players appeared, the anxious Dark Guild members calmed, wearing mocking grins. And here I thought Zero Wings members had surrounded us. It seems these people have only found us by coincidence. Indeed. It seems that we're quite lucky, though the same can't be said for them. With so few, we won't even break a sweat. A team of Zero Wings core members. If we get rid of them, we'll earn more excellent equipment. These are Zero Wings experts. With just a dozen or so players, they dare to ambush us. Their foolishness knows no bounds. Let's finish this quickly. If we waste any more time, Zero Wings' other members will catch up. While Zero Wings' sudden appearance had given them a scare, after a closer look, the difference in strength between them was clear. Based on each team's numbers, the outcome of this battle was obvious. Although they had lost 5 players, they still had more than 40 team members. On the other hand, there were only a dozen or so Zero Wing members. These red names had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention, they also had a top-tier expert on their team. Leader, leave that ranger to me. I'll use him as practice for killing Black Flame. I'll leave the others to you, Purgatory God Fire said, smiling as he focused on Minor Wind, the ranger that had fired the first 5 arrows at their team. He could sense that, among these dozen or so players, Minor Wind was undoubtedly the strongest. He was even stronger than the Zero Wing core members he had already killed. Minor Wind was the best practice target. Alright, leave the rest to us, the mighty level 39 Berserker who led the team replied. He realized that even he could not take down the level 40 Ranger, Minor Wind. Leaving the Ranger to Purgatory God Fire was definitely the best choice here. However, as soon as this mighty Berserker finished speaking, his expression darkened. Before anyone realized it, a figure had appeared behind Purgatory God Fire, a snowy white dagger sinking into the elementalist's head and forcing him into a fainted state. Immediately, the player thrust another dagger towards Godfire's back. This sudden development even stunned the elementalist. He had failed to notice the sneaking assassin. However, Purgatory God Fire was no ordinary expert. In the moment of extreme peril, he activated Blink. Not only did he avoid the backstab, but he also cancelled the fainted state and appeared 15 yards away from his enemy. Unfortunately for him, as soon as Purgatory God Fire used Blink, the black figure followed by using shadow steps and appeared behind him once more, the gleaming dagger resuming its attack. Scram! Panicking, Godfire used Flame Blast in an attempt to knock back his opponent. However, when Flame Blast struck the black figure, contrary to Godfire's expectations, the black figure stood steady. His Flame Blast had passed through the figure's body harmlessly. Crap! An afterimage. Godfire immediately realized that he had been fooled. Although he tried to rectify his mistake by casting Ice Wall to guard his back, the black figure landed a kidney strike, forcing him back into a fainted state, before his Ice Wall could even take shape. The figure instantly followed up with an absolute strike, transforming into a shadowy streak that passed through Purgatory Godfire's body. When the figure reformed, it spun in the air and launched backstab on Purgatory Godfire's side, stealing the elementalist's last strand of HP. How are you so fast? Could you be Zero Wing's #1 expert? Fire Dance. It seems that I truly have rotten luck. As Godfire's HP was about to reach 0, his eyes focused on the black-robed assassin. As far as he could remember, only Zero Wing's Fire Dance possessed this kind of ability. Smiling Angle, his Dark Guild, had even labeled Fire Dance as a unique combatant. Should any of the guild members encounter her in battle, they were warned against taking her on alone. They should enlist the help of 3 or more people to deal with her, at the very least. The group must have an expert member, as well. Big Sis Fire doesn't need to dirty her hands with the likes of you. I, Flying Shadow, am more than enough. You're 10 years too early to think of fighting Big Sis Fire. The black figure expressed its disdain in response to Purgatory Godfire's words. However, Flying Shadow had not lied. Despite having reached the half-step refinement realm after much difficulty, when he had sparred with Fire Dance, he had not even had a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Purgatory Godfire had not even reached the half-step refinement realm. He was nowhere near good enough to be Fire Dance's opponent. Although Godfire wanted to say something, his vision began to gray. In the end, none of his words left his mouth. Godfire is dead. How can he be dead? The other Dark Guild members were stupefied when they watched the expert die. They had all witnessed Purgatory Godfire's strength personally. Even their Dark Guild's top experts were no match for him, yet against Flying Shadow, Godfire had stood like a child before a master. These players even wondered if they were dreaming. Although they had heard rumors of Zero Wing's many powerful experts, Flying Shadow's strength was insane. While these Dark Guild members struggled to recover from their daze, dozens of arrows and spells bombarded them. In the blink of an eye, another 7 died. Damn it! We've encountered some troublesome experts. Retreat, the leading berserker commanded. After examining the situation on the battlefield, he understood the difference between their teams. Although they had a numerical advantage, it was only temporary. If the battle dragged on, more Zero Wing members would arrive. This was an extremely unfavorable situation. However, as soon as he issued his command, Minor Wind fired 9 blue arrows from a distance, sealing his path of retreat. Don't even think about killing me that easily. As one of the Dark Guild's team leaders, he had the strength to earn the position. Immediately, he activated Whirlwind Slash to block the incoming arrows. Ping! 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 However, when the Berserker's battle axe collided with the 4th arrow, the weapon was repelled. The remaining arrows then struck this team leader, eliminating his HP. Without a leader, the surviving Dark Guild members fell into chaos. After all, most of them were from different Dark Guilds. They were barely familiar with each other, much less in sync. Not that they lacked someone in command, Zero Wing's members swept them down like flies. Although some had tried to escape, none could outrun Flying Shadow and Minor Wind. After a short moment, the Dark Guild team consisting of nearly 50 players died at the hands of Zero Wing's team. At the same time, inside Snowy Forest, a large number of teams formed by the various Dark Guilds were also being ambushed by Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force. As the Dark Guild members died, Feng posted their death count on the official forums. In less than an hour, a total of 3,586 Dark Guild members operating near White River City died. Moreover, this number continued to climb by the minute. Chapter 1016, Unsealing the Advanced Book of Magic. Shortly after Feng publicized the death count on the official forums, players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. The various guilds, who watched from the sidelines and planned to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune, were particularly stupefied. Dark guilds were famous for their abstinence and resilience. Although they had few members, taking down a Dark Guild in a field battle was extremely difficult for regular guilds unless they wanted to invest far more players and resources into the endeavor. Unfortunately, that was just too costly. Furthermore, on the off chance that the operation failed, the guild would suffer. This was why most regular guilds avoided provoking Dark Guilds. Yet, not only had Zero Wing lured over half of the Dark Guild members into a death trap, but the guild had also begun to plow over the remaining members like a bulldozer. These dark guilds were toothless and clawless beasts against Zero Wing. They posed no threat to the guild whatsoever. Zero Wing's methods were truly incredible. Most importantly, until this point, Zero Wing had suffered little to no losses during its hunt for the Dark Guild members. At the end of the day, strength decided the field battle's victors. If the teams Zero Wing had dispatched were not strong enough, they would never achieve such frightening results. This development inspired the various large guilds to re-evaluate their opinions of the strength of Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion and main force. However, compared to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds and players, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were fighting a headache over this situation. They could not understand how this had happened. They were famous for their stealth and evasion techniques in the fields, yet Zero Wing had arbitrarily slaughtered their forces. Moreover, according to the reports they received from their subordinates, Zero Wing's members moved like ghosts, capable of approaching giving away their presence. Zero Wing must have possessed some sort of tool that could target them, anyone that said otherwise was lying. If this were the only problem, they could deal with it. The crucial issue was how few members Zero Wing had dispatched. The guild had accomplished this terrifying win with only a fraction of its power. To dark guilds like theirs, who usually won their fights through quality over quantity, this was humiliating. They had become a laughingstock throughout the kingdom. What should we do now? Do we continue fighting Zero Wing? What else can we do? Don't forget our agreement with Blackwater. If we pull back now, everything we've done will be for nothing. Indeed. Our only choice is to continue the operation. However, we don't actually need to fight Zero Wing. Our job is simply to keep them busy. As long as we pin down Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion and main force, we will have fulfilled our part of the bargain. When the time comes, we simply need to watch as Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing can't afford to sustain its development. We can strike then. I want to see just how they plan to fight our dark guilds. That's right. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. I want to see their faces when they realize we're only bait. The various dark guilds' upper echelons held a secret meeting to discuss their current predicament. As for facing Zero Wing head-on, that was just a dream. Although Blackwater had dispatched quite a few expert and elite players to assist them, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. A direct confrontation with the guild here was suicidal. Even if the Blackwater Guild were willing to pay the price for such a confrontation, it would only result in heavy damage to Zero Wing's strength and reputation. If Zero Wing wanted to stage a comeback, it had everything it needed. However, if Blackwater captured Stone Forest Town and severed Zero Wing's main source of income, Blackwater would only need to suppress Zero Wing financially, and it would eventually collapse into itself. When the Dark Guild representatives concluded their meeting, the various Dark Guild members around White River City split up, acting independently. With this, Zero Wing would have a harder time dealing with them. After the Dark Guild's weak behavior, the various large guilds that had watched the situation began to withdraw to their own territories, afraid that they would suffer the same circumstances as these dark guilds. Despite Blackwater clearly being the mastermind behind all of this, Zero Wing had deliberately chosen not to target Blackwater's members. Rather, it had decided to teach the assisting dark guilds a vicious lesson. After realizing this, they had no desire to take that risk. Guild leader, your plan is brilliant. The guilds that have been watching from the shadows are too afraid of becoming our next target and have withdrawn, Aqua Rose said. She hadn't been able to hide her smile when she received the report. The players from the various large guilds have split up. Although they are somewhat more bothersome to deal with now, if we invest a little more time, we'll eradicate them, sooner or later. Even if the dark guilds intend to oppose us, I'm afraid they won't be able to. Not only had the dark guild's defeat increased Zero Wing's morale, but it had also improved the world's evaluation of Zero Wing. Some major companies, which had been pessimistic about Zero Wing's chances, had begun to express their interest in cooperation. Only, Feng rejected all of these offers. However, he had not done so because he no longer lacked money. Rather, these corporations demanded a cut of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for their cooperation. Feng would not tolerate that. Crap. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they really think that a small guild like Zero Wing can stand against the Blackwater Corporation? Without our support, the Blackwater Corporation will, sooner or later, reduce Zero Wing to nothing. The various corporations' representatives were enraged when they received the blatant rejection. Guild leader, should I utilize my family's authority to invest some of the Star and Moon Group's funds? Aqua Rose asked somewhat worriedly. The Blackwater trading firm dropped its prices, again and again. They were now taking a loss with almost every item they sold. However, Aqua Rose had to admit that it was quite effective. The Candlelight trading firm had been losing profits as a result. In addition, Zero Wing had recently established 2 more branch guilds. It cost a considerable amount of coins to maintain the additional main forces. Furthermore, a battle raged in Lake Heart City. No need. I'll find a way to earn more coins. Feng shook his head. He had already upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank. He had even filled the necklace's life force storage. This was a good opportunity to show what the necklace was capable of. If he became a master forger, not only would he have a higher success rate when forging the fine gold-ranked magic light set equipment, but he would also unlock the next item in the Advanced Book of Magic. The Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Previously, the strongest armor kit Feng had been able to produce was the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. One of these kits could increase the wearer's attributes by over a dozen points. With 3, the total attribute boost was the equivalent of an additional piece of dark gold equipment. However, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit was more astounding. It was also the strongest item one could learn from the Advanced Book of Magic. In the past, countless players had gone crazy over the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. This kit was precisely the reason that a small guild had risen in the massive world of God's domain. Chapter 1017, Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Starmoon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Although the Dark Guild's defeat had significantly increased Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom, this outcome had not affected Heaven's Burial in the slightest. There was still a long line of players queued up outside the guild's residence. Rather, things had become even more lively outside the guild residence. After the majority of the Dark Guild members had been confined in White River City, Heaven's Burial announced its recruitment for a large number of lifestyle players. It had even publicly announced that lifestyle players who joined the guild could receive guidance from a few of the virtual gaming world's well-known lifestyle masters, easing the difficulty of reaching the master rank in the future. The master rank was every lifestyle player's goal. It was also an opportunity for countless lifestyle players to get rich overnight. After God's Domain joined the virtual gaming world, the various large guilds had begun to place greater importance on lifestyle players. After all, many things in God's Domain required lifestyle players. This increased the value of well-known lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. In God's Domain, some lifestyle players' status could even rival that of top-tier experts. Many super guilds even began to compete to recruit lifestyle players who had a list of achievements in previous virtual reality games. Among them, the Super Guild Battle Wolves had paid an astronomical price to recruit one player who had been known as one of the top 5 Grandmaster lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Battle Wolves had made this Grandmaster their chief forger. Becoming one of a Super Guild's forgers was already quite difficult, much less becoming the chief forger. A chief forger's status was the equivalent of the Vice Guild leaders. Although they did not dream of such a lofty position, if they could become master lifestyle players in God's Domain, they would be set for life. However, reaching the master rank in God's Domain was easier said than done. If they were guided by someone with experience, though, it would be easier to become masters in the future. This was precisely the reason that Starmoon Kingdom's lifestyle players had flocked to join Heaven's Burial. Not only that, but other kingdoms' lifestyle players also began to rush towards the guild after hearing about its recruitment. Uncle 7, why are you in such a hurry to meet me? If you had something urgent to say, couldn't you have just called me? Why make the trip back? Singular Burial asked, chuckling as he looked at the 50-plus-year-old man as he frantically rushed into the guild leader's office. If this were something that could have been conveyed in a call, I would have done so. This is important enough to make the trip. I also have a surprise for you, Seven Treasures said, laughing. A surprise? Singular Burial responded skeptically. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here, take a look. What do you think this is? Seven Treasures retrieved a design from his bag and placed it on the table. This is, Singular Burial was stunned after reading the design's introduction. Although the design was very common, the words light stone attracted Singular Burial's attention. As the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, not much surprised him. Even an epic weapon wouldn't faze him. However, he had to admit that the light stone forging design that Seven Treasures had laid before him had been a surprise. The light stone was practically the Candlelight trading firm's symbol. Despite Heaven's Burial and Blackwater working together, neither of their guilds had been able to damage the Candlelight trading firm over much. This was due to the light stones. Who in God's domain did not want to level up faster? However, when darkness fell over God's domain, the fields became much more dangerous. If one were not an elite or expert player, they would struggle. And if one were unfortunate enough to lose their life, their progress would go to waste. Hence, light stones were a must-have item to level up at night in God's domain. In addition, as the light stone's price was quite low, it became a must-have tool for ordinary players. This secured the Candlelight trading firm's position, leaving no room for competition. However, now that Heaven's Burial had the light stone forging design, the Candlelight trading firm would no longer hold the monopoly over the light stones. Uncle 7, where did you find these? Singular Burial asked. Only one forging player could learn from a single forging design, and the number of light stones one person could produce was limited. The Heavenly Trading Firm still wasn't a threat to the Candlelight Trading Firm. This would barely impact Candlelight's business. In the Towers of Death. One of our guild's teams obtained one by accident while grinding monsters there, Seven Treasures said, laughing merrily. After obtaining this design, I immediately notified the guild's elite teams to grind in the Towers of Death. Soon, we'll have far more light stone forging designs. Wonderful. This is simply wonderful. Uncle 7, I'll leave the rest for you. If you lack manpower, just say the word. Singular Burial was ecstatic. As long as they knew which monsters dropped the design, with Heaven's Burial's strength, it would only be a matter of time before they had a stockpile. Once we have enough designs, we will extinguish Candlelight. Without the financial support from both the Candlelight trading firm and Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing will be finished. Isn't that why I'm here, trying to borrow some of the Funeral Legion's members? The monsters are too high-leveled. Our ordinary elite's grinding speed is too slow. They need experts to lead them, Seven Treasures explained, nodding. The Funeral Legion was Heaven's Burial's strongest player force. It was similar to Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion. Heaven's Burial had invested the majority of its resources into nurturing this legion, and every member was extremely powerful. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were definitely experts. However, only the guild leader could command the Funeral Legion. They would ignore anyone else's orders. Sure, no problem. I'll give you command of 400 members. Without hesitation, Singular Burial notified the Funeral Legion's commander, instructing him to dispatch 400 members to the Towers of Death immediately. Inside one of the Candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms in White River City. After sacrificing 500 units of life force to activate Icarus's Heart's God's Blessing skill, Shifeng began forging advanced mana armor kits, one after another. Not only had Shifeng forcefully raised his forging standard to master rank, but the effect also lasted 3 full hours. Meanwhile, God's Blessing's cooldown was only 4 hours. With this buff, he was practically a bona fide master lifestyle player. The only downside was that God's Blessing cost too much life force to sustain. Regardless, Shifeng was satisfied with this result. As a master forger, he could learn the advanced mana armor kit's production method. By utilizing various tools, he also increased his success rate with the advanced mana armor kits to 41%, which allowed him to succeed 1 out of 3 tries. In 3 short hours, Shifeng had successfully forged 31 advanced mana armor kits. Although the production volume could not compare to the intermediate mana armor kits, the advanced version's attributes trampled over the intermediate versions. Chapter 10:18, Master Forger. There were many kinds of armor kits in God's domain. However, few armor kits were suitable for high-tiered players. The advanced mana armor kit was one. Armor kits suited for high-tiered players also had another name. Extraordinary armor kits. While armor kits such as the intermediate mana armor kit and the cast steel armor kit were acceptable for Tier 1 and Tier 2 players, to Tier 3 players and above, the attributes those armor kits provided were simply too pitiful to the point of being negligible. After all, as players reached higher tiers, they received far more free attribute points with each level. At Tier 0, players received 4 free attribute points with each level, while at Tier 1, they received 8 points. After reaching Tier 2, however, players would receive 15 points. The difference was obvious at a glance. Because of this, the earlier players completed their promotion to a higher tier, the more of an advantage they had. If a player completed their Tier 1 class promotion 3 or 4 levels later than others, they would have fallen behind by over 10 free attribute points. This gap would widen if the same situation occurred at Tier 2 and beyond. This was where the extraordinary armor kits came in. Even among extraordinary armor kits, the basic attributes, the advanced mana armor kit's basic attributes were on the higher end of the spectrum. Hence, many high-tiered players preferred these. It seems my luck is quite good. The attribute increases are all above the standard. Shifeng was very satisfied with the advanced mana armor kits he had forged. Advanced mana armor kit. When physical armor kit is equipped, defense plus 600 strength increased by 3%, endurance increased by 4%, agility increased by 3%. Maximum binding limit per character, 3 cannot be bound to level 40 equipment or below. When magical armor kit is equipped, defense plus 240 intelligence increased by 3%, endurance increased by 4%, vitality increased by 3%. Maximum binding limit per character, 3 cannot be bound to level 40 equipment or below. When 3 kits were equipped, they would increase each of a player's basic attributes by roughly 10%. This was a considerable increase for ordinary players, not to mention expert players, who wore full sets of excellent equipment. A 10% increase to a player's basic attributes could increase one's combat power by roughly 20% to 30%. With such a huge boost to combat power, a player with 3 advanced mana armor kits could easily defeat a player possessing the same combat standards, weapons, and equipment, who did not have any armor kits equipped. Hence, many high-tiered players would flock to purchase the advanced mana armor kits. What a pity! Shifeng felt a twinge of sadness as he looked at the advanced mana armor kits he had produced. Although the advanced mana armor kit was very good, its flaws were obvious. These armor kits took significantly longer to produce than the intermediate mana armor kits. Moreover, only he could produce them. Its production volume was fated to be low. He'd be lucky to produce enough for Zero Wing's core members. At most, he could use the advanced mana armor kits to attract players to the Candlelight trading firm. These kits were not profitable products right now. Following which, Shifeng waited for an hour to pass before he used another 500 units of life force to activate God's blessing, continuing to craft the advanced mana armor kits. Once Shifeng had made 100 armor kits, he switched to forging the Magic Light set equipment. While the advanced mana armor kit provided a powerful increase to a player's attributes, its true purpose was to help high-tiered players. To current players, its increase was extremely limited. After all, current players' basic attributes were still relatively low. Compared to the armor kits, the Magic Light set equipment was far more valuable to current players. As a level 50 fine gold set equipment, the attributes it provided were far superior to a level 45 dark gold equipment. The set's total attributes could even put a tier 1 set equipment to shame. Although Shifeng had obtained the Magic Light set equipment forging design, he had been an advanced forger, he hadn't been confident of successfully forging the level 50, fine gold set equipment. Only after reaching the master rank was he confident of succeeding. If a player could equip the fine gold ranked Magic Light set as soon as they reached level 50, aside from players who owned multiple epic items, they would surpass every player of the same level. If the Magic Light set were dark gold rank, even a player with multiple epic items would be no match. Moreover, players were not necessarily required to reach level 50 to equip the Magic Light set. As long as they possessed weapons or equipment that reduced level requirements, they could equip the set below level 50. This was one of the benefits of owning epic or growth-type equipment. Shifeng possessed the 7 Luminaries Ring and the even more powerful Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which decreased items' level requirement by 5 and 10 levels, respectively. Shifeng was currently level 44. He was fully capable of equipping the level 50 Magic Light set right now. There were also a few players within the guild that possessed weapons, equipment, or tools that lowered level requirements. Although none of those items were as impressive as the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, they still enabled their owners to equip the Magic Light set before reaching level 50, gaining overwhelming attributes. Shifeng was incredibly pleased. Following which, Shifeng went into action. While he had been in the trial of God, the Candlelight trading firm had purchased plenty of emeralds in Emerald City. He had more than enough to make numerous Magic Light sets. Aside from the emerald requirement, which was a powerful mana conductor, the Magic Light set also required mana stones. Hence, Shifeng took out a pile of magic crystals and began his alchemical synthesis. After the 1-hour cooldown of God's blessing ended, Shifeng stood before a large mound of mana stones. He then activated God's blessing once more and began to forge the Magic Light set equipment. Compared to the advanced mana armor kit, forging the Magic Light set was significantly more difficult. Even with his various tools, Shifeng barely managed a 45% success rate. He needed roughly 3 attempts to produce a complete set. However, Shifeng was satisfied with this result. If any other master forger attempted to craft the set, they'd be lucky if they achieved a 35% success rate. Rather than producing one set out of 3 tries, they should thank the high heavens if they produced one set out of 5 tries. Forging one complete fine gold ranked Magic Light set required 18 mana stones. Meanwhile, 50 magic crystals were needed to synthesize 1 mana stone. According to magic crystals' current market price, each Magic Light set would need 225 golds worth of magic crystals. With the other materials, crafting the Magic Light set was abhorrently costly. If an ordinary master forger tried to forge the set, their production cost would be well over 1,000 gold. There were not many guilds throughout God's domain who could afford such a steep price. Fortunately, Shifeng had a sufficiently high success rate. When he was lucky, he could forge one set every 2 tries. With his normal luck, he produced one set in 3 tries. By crafting these himself, Shifeng saved hundreds of gold. After 3 hours, maybe due to his high luck attribute, he produced a total of 5 Magic Light sets with his 9 attempts. As for the remaining 4 sets, they were defective products at secret silver rank. Even so, he could still make decent money from these defective products. After all, once players reached level 50, secret silver set equipment would still be relatively rare. Even guild elites would generally wear level 50 mysterious iron equipment. As Shifeng had nothing better to do while he waited for God's blessings cooldown, he took out the epic treasure chest he had obtained from the trial of God. He hadn't carried any mana stones on him while he had been in the trial. Now that he had a pile of them, he could use this opportunity to open the treasure chest. The last epic treasure chest Shifeng had opened had surprised him. It was especially true for the Beastmaster's Compendium. Now that he had obtained another epic treasure chest, Shifeng grew nervous. Silently, he began to pray. Please don't be an epic item. Please don't be an epic item. Epic items were the most worthless items one could obtain from an epic treasure chest. The truly valuable items were designs and recipes. Following which, Shifeng sacrificed 200 units of life force and activated Divine Providence, instantly increasing his luck by 70 points. He then activated the epic treasure chest. Chapter 1019, Unbelievable Luck. When Shifeng opened the epic treasure chest, a purple radiance enveloped the forging room. Had he opened the chest in the middle of White River City, he would have attracted everyone's attention. As the purple light faded, the room's mana density increased significantly and remained that way for quite some time. There were a total of 3 items in the epic treasure chest. One item was luxurious red armor fashioned with white detailing. The armor was encrusted with 7 gemstones, neatly arranged to form a miniature magic array. The surrounding mana gathered around this magic array, condensing into a thin layer of 7-colored mist, which made the armor extraordinarily eye-catching. When he saw the finished product, even Shifeng was shocked. This was definitely the most visually appealing armor he had ever seen. What kind of armor is this? Shifeng wondered. This was the first time he had seen equipment that could increase the surrounding mana density. Despite not wearing the armor, his mind felt much clearer than before. The special forging room's mana was even denser than the basic meditation room. If a player's mind could be this clear all the time, it would massively help their training and battles. Following which, Shifeng clicked to check the armor's introduction. 7 Luminaries Battle Armor, Chest Plate, Fragmented Legendary Rank, Equipment Requirement, Strength 1000 Class Requirement, Berserker when equipped, Defense increased by 100 * player's level. All attributes increased by 3 * player's level. Strength increased by 60%. Agility increased by 40%. Endurance increased by 60%. Magic resistance increased by 30%. Ignore levels +20. All Berserker skills +5 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill 1, 7 Luminaries Protection, decreases incoming damage from players of a lower tier by 70%, players of the same tier by 40%, and players of a higher tier by 20%. Grants immunity to control skills. Additional passive skill 2, Magic Reinforcement, increases the strength of wearer's attacks by 50% and improves wielder's physique by 30%. Additional active skill 1, Sky God's Glory, grants immunity to all magical damage, decreases physical damage received by 80%, and increases movement speed and attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional active skill 2, 7 Luminaries Domain, effective radius of 50 yards. Decreases all enemies' reaction speed within affected area by 30%, movement speed by 40%, and attack speed by 40%. Wearer can also control up to 3 7 Luminary Spears. Each spear contains 200% of wearer's strength and causes 500% holy damage. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill is currently tier 1. Skills tier will increase with player's tier. The 7 Luminaries Battle Armor was a legendary item created by the blacksmith god, Soros. During the Great Ancient War, it had been greatly damaged by the Lord of the Abyss. However, as the battle armor's core remained intact, its repair only requires 10 God crystals. Current number of absorbed God crystals, 0/10. Shi Feng was dazed for a long moment after reading the armor's introduction. He had never thought that it was possible to obtain a fragmented legendary item from an epic treasure chest. It was even a considerably powerful fragmented legendary item. Whoever equipped the 7 luminaries' battle armor would watch their combat power soar. Unfortunately, only berserkers could equip this armor. If he could equip it, it was very likely that he wouldn't find a single player throughout God's domain that could match him. After all, if he had 2 fragmented legendary items equipped, not only would he have an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes, but he would also possess absurdly powerful skills. If his opponent didn't have a similar lineup of equipment, he would be invincible. Although the battle armor had its own glaring flaws, repairing it would be easier than repairing other fragmented legendary items. There was a much higher chance that he could repair it and transform it into a true legendary item. Aside from the battle armor, 2 plain, old books lay within the epic treasure chest. As Shi Feng was already satisfied with the 7 luminaries' battle armor, he hadn't paid much attention to the 2 old books. However, when Shi Feng read their introductory texts, he was shocked once more. Icarus's heart's effects are unbelievable. Shi Feng was speechless as he held the 2 books. Of the 2 books, one was an alchemy secret journal, while the other was the design for the magic tower. In God's domain, both books were treasures that could only be obtained with luck. Among the 2 books, the alchemy secret journal recorded the recipe for an exotic potion. However, only a maximum of 10 alchemists could learn the recipe. There were many types of potion in God's domain. Most generally lasted only 1 or 2 hours. Moreover, the effects would disappear upon death. However, exotic potions were different. Not only did they have long durations, but their buffs would remain after the player died and resurrected. Furthermore, these were only exotic potions' side effects. Exotic potions were the product of the hard work of God's domain's craftsmen alchemists. Every exotic potion was extremely powerful. The secret journal Shi Feng held contained the recipe to produce an exotic potion named Exotic Stamina Potion. When consumed, the potion increased players' maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery rate by 80% for 10 hours. Stamina was indispensable for players. Regardless of whether players fought or ran, they consumed stamina. Only, the amount consumed was different. If players ran out of stamina, even if their HP were full, they would lose the ability to move. Hence, most players generally took a break after grinding monsters for a certain time, using the opportunity to recover their stamina. If a player's stamina recovery rate and maximum limit increased, they would become far more efficient when grinding. Hence, in God's domain, all items capable of increasing a player's stamina or their stamina recovery rate were extremely valuable. Although the exotic stamina potion was not as effective as the blood refining crystal's life essence, its effects were still considerably good. It was useful to both expert and ordinary players. With this alchemy secret journal, the Candlelight trading firm's business would reach a whole new level. However, compared to the alchemy secret journal, the magic tower construction design was truly useful to Zero Wing right now. In God's domain, players could purchase defensive weapons in the Adventurers Association after capturing a town successfully or while constructing a town. Defense turrets were one of the most common defensive weapons. Not only did they possess massive firepower, but their attack range was also relatively large. However, turrets were the most basic defensive weapons. There were many others that players could find elsewhere. The basic mana pulse cannon was one example. Unfortunately, it was very expensive. Moreover, not only did it possess a very long cooldown, but it was also costly to operate. Even so, its attacks were a force to behold. A single blast could almost rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The defense turrets could not compete with it. However, there was something even more advanced than the two aforementioned defensive weapons, the magic tower. Not even 8 defense turrets were a match for the defensive capabilities of a single magic tower. This was precisely the reason that the basic tower had become a mainstream building in Shifeng's past. Unfortunately, constructing a magic tower was very difficult. Now that Shifeng had the design, he would need a lot of resources to build it. Chapter 1020, Soaring Attributes. Shifeng looked at the tattered magic tower construction design in his hands. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited right now. In reality, the magic tower was not very valuable to God's domain's current guilds, it wasn't even worth as much as the alchemy secret journal. To Shifeng, however, its value far surpassed that of a fragmented legendary item. If he constructed a city in Star Moon Kingdom, the city's potential profits would even be enough to tempt super guilds to strike against them, disregarding all costs to themselves. After all, a city was much larger than a town. No measly town could compare to the population a city could hold. One could also construct a larger variety of buildings in a city. Most importantly, players seeking entertainment would flock to the city, which could impact its economy in a massive way. Then there was the Mana Tower, which would allow resident players within the city to accumulate the double EXP buff. With Zero Wing's current strength, going up against super guilds was suicidal. Once the city's protection period ended, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to defend the city with its own strength. When the time came, others would take the city from them. Shifeng didn't want to see that happen. That was the reason that Shifeng wouldn't construct the city right now, regardless of whether or not he could afford to. Without sufficient strength, excessive wealth only invited disaster. He would not naively believe that those super guilds would kindly offer to cooperate with Zero Wing. To begin with, these existences were playing virtual reality games to earn money, not to have fun. If they were fully capable of reaping the benefits by themselves, why would they share? If Zero Wing wanted to cooperate with super guilds, there was a precondition: the guild needed to be able to protect the city it constructed. Otherwise, there was no point. It was similar to the encounter with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Shifeng had been worried about his city's defense. Acquiring the magic tower design was undoubtedly good news. Once he constructed his city, he simply needed to construct a few magic towers to protect it. At that time, with Zero Wing's constantly rising strength, defending a single city should not be a problem. However, like a teleportation magic array forging design, the magic tower design had limited uses. Up to 5 magic towers could be constructed with one design. This was enough for Shifeng. I had planned to add several more turrets to stabilize Stone Forest Town's safety. It seems that won't be necessary now. Shifeng smiled. He then contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her to collect the necessary materials and lifestyle players to construct the magic tower in Stone Forest Town. Unlike other items production, the magic tower's construction did not require specific lifestyle classes. In fact, any player could construct the magic tower. It was only a matter of speed and efficiency. However, to construct the magic tower's core, players needed to be capable of drawing an intermediate magic array. After all, the tower's most important components were the magic array and the mana circuit. For Shifeng, who was capable of manufacturing intermediate magic arrays, constructing the magic tower's mana circuit would be a piece of cake. As for the magic light set equipment, Shifeng put the project on a temporary hold. In any case, no one else in the guild could equip the set right now. The number of sets he had already produced was more than enough for the moment. Shifeng then replaced his Tier 1 set equipment with the fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. Following which, he replaced all 3 of his intermediate mana armor kits with the advanced versions. Immediately, his basic attributes soared to a new level. His strength instantly broke past the 1,200 point threshold. He was significantly stronger than a lord of the same level. His HP also soared to 32,550, while his defense could probably render even Zero Wings number 1 MT, Cola, speechless. With this set of equipment, I can likely solo an ordinary level 50 lord without any berserk skills. When Shifeng clenched his fist, he could feel that his combat power had reached a new realm. He had to admit that there was a massive difference between level 50 and level 45 equipment in terms of attributes. After Shifeng switched into his new equipment, he used the demon mask to alter the magic light set's appearance, using his previous appearance. This way, outsiders would not notice any changes to his weapons or equipment, and they would not be able to gauge his strength without fighting him. As Shifeng arrived downstairs and was about to rearrange the counters in the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall, he noticed that the number of players in the hall had decreased significantly. Moreover, a few of the players here scoffed at the trading firm's products. The Candlelight trading firm is unreasonable. Both the Heavenly Trading Firm and the Blackwater Trading Firm are selling their light stones for 80 copper each, yet Candlelight is still selling them for a silver each. I think I'll be better off shopping at the other two trading firms. Isn't the light stone supposed to be the Candlelight's specialty product? What? You don't know? Not long ago, both the Heavenly Trading Firm and the Blackwater Trading Firm announced that they are selling light stones. Moreover, they're selling each stone for only 80 copper and have declared that they will never raise its price, unlike a certain Blackheart trading firm, who only wants to wring us dry. What? They're so cheap. If I had known, I wouldn't have purchased so many light stones from Candlelight. While these several players chatted loudly, the surrounding players that overheard their conversation promptly changed their minds about purchasing light stones from the shop. They began to filter out of the Candlelight trading firm in search of a better deal. It was obvious that they were going to investigate the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm's new products. Even 20 copper coins was a significant sum of money to ordinary players. If they used 5 light stones in a day, they could save up to 1 silver coin each day. That was enough money for independent players to buy themselves several drinks at the bar. If they saved up for a few days, they could also afford a nice piece of bronze or mysterious iron equipment. They sure are quick to extend their hands. Shifeng glanced at the several independent players who conversed with each other. He then called up the shop's system interface and teleported these players out of the shop. He banned them permanently from all of Candlelight's shops. It was very obvious that these people had no intentions of purchasing anything from Candlelight. They were either hired by Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to come here and steal customers. Otherwise, why would these people bother coming to Candlelight if they knew that the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm sold light stones? Instead of blabbering on in the shop, showing no signs of leaving, anyone who heard the news would likely rush out of the shop as the previous customers had. Crap, why can't I enter the shop? What kind of trading firm is this? They dare to chase away their customers. I'm never coming back. After Shifeng banished several independent players from the Candlelight trading firm, those players stood outside the shop, cursing in indignation. Very quickly, they attracted passers-by's attention. The Candlelight trading firm is outrageous. How can they randomly kick people out of their shop? Isn't there some saying stating that customers are akin to God? They dare to kick God out of their shop. They must want to go out of business. In my opinion, Candlelight is no longer a friend to players. Hearing those words, the crowd on the street began to discuss the Candlelight trading firm, their discontent rising as the discussion stretched on. However, Shifeng didn't pay any attention to the situation outside of the shop. Instead, he opened a new counter in the first-floor hall. He then placed 10 advanced mana armor kits on display inside the counter's cabinet. Chapter 1021, Astronomically Priced Armor Kit. I can't wait to see what the Candlelight trading firm plans to do now. As several players felt triumphant, thinking that their actions would damage the Candlelight trading firm's business. They noticed that the player traffic entering the firm gradually began to increase, rather than decrease. Moreover, among these players, there were even members from various large guilds. A flood of advanced horse carriages also began to stop near the shop's entrance. Quick! Quick! If we're late, they will sell out. One after another, guild players alighted from the carriages. What's going on? The independent players who had been banned from the shop realized that something was off, but they had no idea what was wrong. Although they wanted to enter the shop to investigate the situation, no matter how hard they tried, they could not take one step into the building. They could only stare at the establishment from outside. Fellow brother, do you know what's going on inside the Candlelight trading firm? It seems that Candlelight has revealed a new product in the first floor hall. After hearing what a friend told me, I stopped what I was doing and hurried over immediately. The new product is called the Advanced Mana Armor Kit, and I heard that its attributes trump the intermediate version. However, the production volume is much lower. Hence, Candlelight intends to hold an auction in a few minutes. If I can get my hands on one, I'll definitely make a fortune by reselling it later. Advanced Mana Armor Kit? The several players that Shifeng had chased out were stupefied. They had been tasked to observe the Candlelight trading firm and to cause some trouble while they were at it. Yet, as soon as they had been kicked out of the shop, the Candlelight trading firm began to sell the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom and the several surrounding countries knew about the Mana Armor Kits. However, due to their rarity, very few players could actually get their hands on them. For the intermediate Mana Armor Kits, only Zero Wings members had reliable access to them with their guild contribution points. Even then, elite members were only allowed to purchase one kit, while only core members were allowed to purchase 3. Because of this, the various large guilds were forced to purchase the intermediate Mana Armor Kits from Zero Wings members secretly and at a high price. Moreover, only their guild's top-tier experts qualified to use the kits. Now that Zero Wing was selling the superior Advanced Mana Armor Kit, it would cause an uproar throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was no wonder why the various large guilds had frantically dispatched their representatives to Candlelight. Even the large guilds, who had come to White River City to grind abyssal monsters, surged into the Candlelight trading firm. Thinking up to this point, these spies contacted Blackwater's upper echelons immediately, hoping these upper echelons would send representatives to purchase the kits. If they could make it in time for the auction, the guild might decide to forego their punishment. However, as soon as they began to contact their upper echelons, they heard a cheer from inside the Candlelight trading firm. Following which, a loud, clear voice echoed down the street. Welcome, everyone, to the Candlelight trading firm. The auction for the Advanced Mana Armor Kits will now begin. When the announcement ended, some new arrivals rushed into the shop with eager smiles. Upon hearing news of the Advanced Mana Armor Kits auction, they immediately teleported to White River City and rushed over in an advanced horse carriage. Had they waited a minute longer, they might have lost their chance to purchase the armor kits. At this moment, the several incognito Blackwater members were stunned. They no longer had a way to explain themselves to their superiors. Even if someone from White River City's Blackwater trading firm headed this way now, they wouldn't arrive for at least another 10 minutes. By then, the auction would be over. As for having their guild send them money, although the funds would arrive in time, they couldn't enter the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, inside the Candlelight trading firm, the various guild members and independent players began to yell out their bids. The Advanced Mana Armor Kit starting bid was 10 gold. Everyone was surprised, no one had expected the Candlelight to sell these kits so cheaply. Even the intermediate Mana Armor Kits cost more than 10 gold per piece. Every player here had seen the Advanced Mana Armor Kit's attributes for themselves. If a player equipped 3 of the kits could increase their basic attributes by roughly 10%. This might not be a lot to Tier 1 players, but once players reached Tier 2 or above, the boost would be massive. When everyone thought about how they could use the advanced mana armor kit after reaching their Tier 4 and Tier 5 classes, the passionate light in their eyes blazed as they looked upon the kits. This time, a total of 10 armor kits were up for auction, with each lot containing one kit. The various large guilds inwardly cursed the Candlelight trading firm for this despicable decision. The benefits of a single advanced mana armor kit were barely noticeable. If one wanted the most benefits out of the kits, they had to collect 3 of them. In other words, if one managed to obtain 2 kits in this auction, they would have to purchase the 3rd kit, regardless of the cost. The competition in this auction would be fierce. Although the starting price of a single kit was 10 gold, shortly after the auction began, the price quickly soared, surpassing everyone's imaginations. 50 gold. The 100 Flowers Palace wants it. Cleansed Rue, who wore vermilion red mage robes, declared softly. Everyone instantly shifted their gaze towards Cleansed Rue, gasping. However, their shock was not due to Cleansed Rue's beauty or elegance, but her bid. With 50 gold coins, one could purchase a relatively valuable piece of level 35 dark gold equipment. Suddenly, an indifferent youth emerged from the crowd and said, "What arrogance from the 100 Flowers Palace. Isn't your offer just a measly 50 gold? The secret pavilion bids 100 gold. This youth was none other than the secret pavilion's genius newcomer, Cold Autumn. The youth had already reached level 40 and was fully geared in level 40 dark gold equipment. Many guild members were stunned when they saw Cold Autumn. 110 gold. Cleansed Rue unhurriedly announced. She must obtain the advanced mana armor kit. If Zero Wing had only held the auction after some promotion, the 100 Flowers Palace might not have had a chance to purchase the armor kit. This auction was too sudden. As a result, not many guilds had made it in time. She, on the other hand, just happened to be in White River City to purchase land for a guild residence. Hence, she had plenty of coins on hand. She definitely had what it took to compete with the secret pavilion. However, Cold Autumn did not give up as he shouted his next bid. Within a short moment, the advanced mana armor kit's price rose to 150 gold, causing most players to give up on the item. Although the advanced mana armor kit was impressive, one would only have around a 10% increase to their basic attributes after gathering 3 kits. It was not worth that much money. Just as everyone thought that the advanced mana armor kit would go to the 100 Flowers Palace, a woman wearing green mage robes raised her hand and called out, "I bid 200 gold. Chapter 1022, Candlelight's Large-Scale Auction. 200. She is insane. With that much money, I'd rather buy a level 40 dark gold weapon." Everyone inside the hall looked towards the woman who had placed the latest bid. What they saw, however, stunned them. The woman who placed the bid was level 41. Among the crowd in the hall, there were only a handful of players who had reached level 40. Meanwhile, every one of these players was an expert from a powerful guild such as Cleansed Rue from the 100 Flowers Palace and Cold Autumn from the Secret Pavilion. Even among their own guilds, these people were top-ranking personnel. Even so, they were relatively far from level 41, yet this woman had surpassed them. More importantly, such a powerful expert did not wear a guild emblem on her person, which was truly surprising. Alluring Summer. Who is she? When she saw the woman, who was no less attractive than herself, Cleansed Rue was astonished. She had practically memorized all of the well-known experts' names in Starmoon Kingdom. She also knew about many powerful experts, who hid from the public eye, in the various large guilds. However, logically, it was impossible for an ordinary expert to be able to reach level 41 at this stage of the game, much less an independent player. Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one surprised by Alluring Summer's presence. Even Cold Autumn was shocked. The Secret Pavilion's information network was extensive. However, despite his search, he found no information relating to Alluring Summer. Not only did this woman feel dangerous, but she was also clearly wealthy. Logically, a person like this should not be able to hide from the public. The secret pavilion's records even included the notable achievements players from some cities had accomplished, yet they included nothing about alluring summer. This was too strange. To cleansed rue in cold autumn, 200 gold was not much money. However, neither of them was a fool. At this point, the advanced mana armor kit's price was already way above its actual value. Hence, in the end, they decided to let alluring summer have it. Following which, the auction for the advanced mana armor kits became a bidding competition between these three players. In the end, however, alluring summer purchased the second and third armor kit for 200 gold each, astounding everyone who took part. It would have been fine if a guild player had purchased the armor kits for such a high price. After all, large guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace and the Secret Pavilion had many members. Naturally, they could get their hands on a lot of money. To ordinary players, however, 200 gold was undoubtedly astronomical. Even expert players could not produce that much money. Yet, an independent expert like Alluring Summer had spent 600 gold on just 3 advanced mana armor kits. Her wealth invoked questions about her origins. Moreover, judging by the woman's expression, it did not seem as if she particularly minded spending 600 gold. For a time, everyone was concerned about Alluring Summer's identity. They were very curious about this woman's identity. Some large guild representatives even messaged Alluring Summer secretly, stating that they wished to recruit her into their guilds and that they were willing to offer any benefits that she wanted. However, without exception, Alluring Summer deleted every message. She showed no interest whatsoever in these guilds. After Alluring Summer bought the first 3 advanced mana armor kits, Cleansed Rue and Cold Autumn split the remaining 7. In the end, the other guilds and players had wasted a trip to the Candlelight trading firm. Just when everyone thought that the auction was over and was about to leave the premise, a voice resounded through the hall once more, arousing everyone's excitement. Our auction for today has officially come to an end. In 4 days, Candlelight will hold its first large-scale auction. This will be the venue for that auction, as well. However, the auction will not be limited to the advanced mana armor kits. Many other valuable items will be available. Bronze mounts will be among those items. As for the grand finale, we will be auctioning entrance slots to the holy city of Titan. We hope that you all will spread the news of our upcoming auction. As the announcement faded, everyone in the hall had chills. Although they had no idea what the holy city of Titan was, they knew what bronze mounts were. Many top-tier experts in God's domain had already reached level 40. This hinted that the era of mounts had officially begun. Unfortunately, they weren't easy to obtain. Ordinary players had a hard time obtaining common mounts, not to mention bronze mounts. Any guild that had their own would prioritize their own experts. A guild would never sell their bronze mounts. Yet, the Candlelight trading firm had publicly declared that it would sell bronze mounts in its large-scale auction. How could they not be excited? After the announcement, many independent experts started to consider joining the competition for the bronze mounts. After all, even ordinary experts only found one if they were lucky. However, if it were only a matter coins, then independent experts had a chance. At this moment, some independent experts were even considering to purchase coins with credits. Bronze mounts were different from common mounts. Not only were they faster, but they could also assist players in battle. This small difference might not be much to ordinary players, but to experts, it was extremely important. More often than not, that small difference could decide whether or not they could solo a powerful monster. Moreover, if they had the assistance of a bronze mount, their survivability and hunting capabilities in the fields would increase significantly. Hence, even if they had to spend a lot of credits to get their own bronze mount, they would do so. This was the equivalent of investing into one's business. What? Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? They're even selling the Titan City slots. The announcement surprised Cold Autumn. The majority of the players present might not know what the holy city of Titan was, but he knew. After all, Pantheon had exposed the truth about the holy city to God's domain's various superpowers. So, he understood how valuable the slots to Titan City were. What an interesting guild. Everyone believes that Zero Wing will succumb to Blackwater's attack. It seems that they have underestimated Zero Wing's foundations. Cleansed Rue smiled upon hearing this announcement, her interest in Candlelight's large-scale auction growing. After the auction, players left the Candlelight trading firm, one after another. However, once outside the shop, they found that a group of level 39 expert players radiating killing intent had surrounded the trading firm's entrance. Every one of these players wore Blackwater's guild emblem. Seeing this, ordinary players moved out of these players' way, afraid of attracting their attention. Suddenly, a tall, robust man wearing silver battle armor stepped into Alluring Summer's way and asked sternly, "Are you the one who purchased the advanced mana armor kits?" Chapter 1023, Intense Battle at the Entrance. When Blackwater's members blocked Alluring Summer's path, the people on the street turned to watch what was happening. Setting aside Alluring Summer's great beauty, her level 41 drew everyone's admiration. Between that and Blackwater's menacing players, this group had no difficulty attracting attention. "So, he's Laughing Drunkard of Blackwater." Cold Autumn's gaze chilled when he saw the leading silver-armored man. Laughing Drunkard was one of the few experts who had risen to prominence in the Blackwater Guild. Although his battle record was limited, he had, single-handedly, defeated the Star Alliance's Purple Eye and a dozen or so experts, wounding the first-rate guild. He already ranked within the top 1,000 on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, it was obvious that Laughing Drunkard had not used his full strength in his last battle. Due to this, the secret pavilion had investigated this man thoroughly. Even now, Cold Autumn could remember Yuan Tiexin's words, warning him that, should he encounter Laughing Drunkard in the fields, caution would be best. His safest option was to step aside and take a long way around. Now, after observing Laughing Drunkard in detail, Cold Autumn discovered that the man radiated quite a pressure. Laughing Drunkard wore a full set of excellent level 40 dark gold equipment. The man also carried a snow-white spear across his back. Overall, the man looked like a daunting general on a battlefield. However, with his current strength, he shouldn't need to fear Laughing Drunkard to the point of avoiding contact. This left Cold Autumn confused about Yuan Tiexin's warning. While Cold Autumn watched Laughing Drunkard, the man shot the youth a look, revealing a sneer, as if he had sensed Cold Autumn's gaze. He then ignored Cold Autumn and returned his attention to the woman before him. Watching Laughing Drunkard and the others, Alluring Summer nodded and said, "That's right. What business do you have with me?" "Good. We'll give you 150 gold. Sell us all of your advanced mana armor kits," Laughing Drunkard said in a commanding tone after confirming that he got the right person. "Of course, you can choose not to sell them. But I can't guarantee you will leave White River City with your life." As soon as Laughing Drunkard made the threat, the dozen or so level 39 players beside him encircled Alluring Summer, sneering at the woman. Laughing Drunkard had not spoken softly. Almost every player watching his group had heard him clearly. Many players instantly voiced their complaints. That woman spent 600 gold to buy those 3 kits, yet he wants to buy them all for 150 gold. Blackwater's members are too much. Has Blackwater lost its mind? They dare extort others in broad daylight. Are they not afraid of the guards? Sure enough, independent players shouldn't stand out. I've heard that Blackwater members even dared to attack Ouroboros's guild leader, Gentle Snow, in the middle of the city. That beauty has no choice but to concede. Many players began to pity Alluring Summer. Everyone understood that, rather than targeting Alluring Summer specifically, Blackwater's true intention was to demonstrate its might in White River City. Blackwater was currently engaged in an all-out war against Zero Wing. Now that Zero Wing had declared its large-scale auction in 4 days, Blackwater had to do something to suppress Zero Wing, preventing the guild from making a comeback. An independent player like Alluring Summer, who had purchased the Candlelight trading firm's items and wasn't particularly strong, would undoubtedly be Blackwater's best target for a demonstration. Whether Alluring Summer handed over the items willingly or they took the items by force, the act would send a message that anyone who purchased items from Candlelight would suffer the consequences. "You're going to attack me if I refuse?" Narrowing her eyes, Alluring Summer smiled as she said, "I want to see if your Blackwater is strong enough to do so, then. You must want to die." A level 39 black-robed assassin suddenly appeared behind Alluring Summer, his eyes containing bloodlust. The assassin thrust his dagger towards the back of Alluring Summer's head, giving the woman no room to dodge or counter. Despicable. Cleansed Rue, who stood by the side, inwardly cursed this sight. While Laughing Drunkard had been talking, he had sent an expert assassin to approach Alluring Summer stealthily and attack her should the negotiations fail. This was truly despicable behavior. As everyone thought that Alluring Summer was done for, they watched the level 39 assassin's dagger pass through the woman's body harmlessly. Rather than finding its target, the assassin's attack struck Alluring Smile's afterimage. Her reaction time is so fast. Cold Autumn's eyes widened, shocked at Alluring Summer's speed. If he faced such a sneak attack, he would likely lose his life, then and there, yet Alluring Summer had dodged the attack as if she had predicted it. However, these players from Blackwater weren't ordinary players either. Everyone was an expert. After realizing that his attack had failed, that assassin turned to where Alluring Summer had aimed her blink. After discovering the woman, he used shadow steps. In the blink of an eye, the assassin appeared behind Alluring Smile once more. With a backhand swing, he sent a backstab at Alluring Smile, the fluidity of his movements impressing many of the guild experts who watched the fight. Ping! Before anyone realized it, an ice wall had appeared behind Alluring Summer. When the dagger struck the wall and subsequently slowed, Alluring Summer tilted her body forward slightly, deftly dodging the assassin's backstab. Following which, she turned and before anyone realized it, completed chanting and tracing the runes for another spell. She then pointed her finger at the assassin. Immediately, an arc of blue lightning shot from Alluring Summer's extended finger and struck the assassin before her. However, the assassin was no fool. Understanding that the lightning attack was quite powerful, he immediately activated Vanish, utilizing the brief 1-3-second invulnerability to block the attack. It seems this chick is quite strong. Seeing that Alluring Summers was extraordinarily strong, Laughing Drunkard turned to one of the swordsmen beside him and said, "Bullet, go, help take care of that chick. After this, I'll ask the boss to help you apply for training at the main headquarters." "Thank you, leader. I'll take care of her." The swordsman named Bullet licked his lips before activating Windwalk and charging towards Alluring Summer. Cleansed Rue frowned when she saw the expert assassin and expert swordsman working together against Alluring Summer. She could tell that both the assassin and the swordsman could easily rank near the top of 100 Flowers Palace's players with their combat standards. If their coordination was good, even Cleansed Rue herself was not confident of defeating them. When Bullet arrived before Alluring Summer, the latter turned suddenly once more and pointed her finger at the swordsman. Shio! Another arc of lightning flew from Alluring Summer's finger. Moreover, the lightning was even faster than before. The attack was far more powerful this time. Before anyone realized it, 3 ice walls had appeared around Bullet, preventing him from moving sideways or backward and leaving him with no choice but to defend against the attack. Ping! Bullet quickly activated parry to block the attack. However, the instant his weapon met lightning, his body was launched like a cannonball, crashing through the ice wall behind him and landing over 20 yards away. The massive power within Alluring Summer's attack made everyone shudder involuntarily. Such skilled double casting. Alluring Summer's performance surprised Cold Autumn. "It's no wonder why you dared to challenge us. So, you have a few tricks up your sleeves. Ghost, join them. I want to see how long she can hold up, Laughing Drunkard ordered. Understood. At this time, a large, tanned berserker named Smoking Ghost stepped forward. Without hesitation, he used charge on the fatigued Alluring Summer. Just when this level 39 berserker's weapon was about to hit Alluring Summer, a 3-meter-tall skeletal claw appeared beside the berserker without so much as a sound. Catching Smoking Ghost by surprise, the skeletal claw grabbed the berserker before squeezing him, releasing a loud crunch. Smoking Ghost's body transformed into a pile of ash that fell through the skeletal clawed fingers. This is. Every spectator was stupefied. They could not figure out what had happened. That had been a level 39 berserker. Even Cold Autumn and Cleansed Rue were shocked. They could not believe that such an expert had died in a single move. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated down the street. This is Zero Wings territory. Do you people from Blackwater think you can do whatever you want here? The crowd turned towards the voice's owner. They were speechless. The person who had spoken was none other than Zero Wings Vice Guild leader, Aqua Rose. Chapter 1024, Mage God. So strong. As expected of Zero Wings Goddess. Aqua Rose's Tier 1 curse, Soul Annihilation, shocked every player on the street. Many female players were even mesmerized. She's Zero Wings Vice Guild leader. Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock as she saw Aqua Rose. Although she had been in White River City for a time and had seen photos of Aqua Rose and watched many of the woman's videos, this was the first time she had seen her in person. However, the Aqua Rose she stared at was different from her guild's reports. Based on the information her guild had provided, although Aqua Rose was very strong, the woman's combat power was only slightly stronger than the Star Alliance's Red Feather. Although Aqua Rose had improved as time progressed and had even defeated Thousand Blades, one of the Glorious Lions battle team's apex experts, in the Dark Arena, she was not strong enough to kill a level 39 top-tier expert with a single attack. Ordinary players might not realize how strong that level 39 berserker was, but as the vice guild leader of a first-rate guild, Cleansed Rue did. This level 39 berserker's timing was even better than the assassin and swordsman who had attacked first. He was definitely a half-step refinement realm expert. Moreover, based on Laughing Drunkard's tone, it was obvious that he was relatively confident in this berserker's strength. A half-step refinement realm expert was no noob. In a first-rate guild, said expert would rank near the top of the guild. Said expert might even become the guild's strongest player. Yet, Aqua Rose had killed such an expert instantly. Cleansed Rue began to wonder if Zero Wing had bribed her information department. It had only been a short time since she had received the report on Aqua Rose. How could one person improve so quickly? Suddenly, the masked level 40 female assassin beside Laughing Drunkard asked, "Drunkard, why don't we gang up on Aqua Rose? If we kill her, it will deal quite a blow to Zero Wing. Guild leader and the others will have less resistance when they strike. Forget it. We should save some of our cards for later." Lethal Gale suffered precisely because he grossly underestimated Zero Wing, Laughing Drunkard said, shaking his head as he glanced at Aqua Rose. He then said in the team chat, "Bullet, you two go all out and deal with Aqua Rose. I want to see how strong this vice guild leader is." Laughing Drunkard had planned to put on a dominant show in front of the Candlelight trading firm to suppress Zero Wing's recently rising prestige. Now, however, it seemed as if that were no longer possible. Now that Bullet and the level 39 assassin had actively attacked someone inside the city, the NPC guards would kill and jail them upon arrival. It was also obvious that the two were not capable of killing the woman named Alluring Summer. Rather than lose their lives pointlessly, they might as well use this opportunity to test Aqua Rose's strength. No matter what was said or done, Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, a VIP. If they could collect some information on Aqua Rose now, it would be easier to deal with the woman in the future. This war between guilds would not be determined with just one or two big battles or several dozen minor skirmishes. Aside from an economic war, information gathering was extremely important. Information could determine a war's outcome if used during a crucial moment. Understood. After Bullet and the assassin received their command, they activated their berserk skills before turning and dashing towards Aqua Rose. Like machines, there wasn't a shred of hesitation in their eyes. Both players' attributes rose significantly, and their dangerous auras resembled that of wild beasts. The surrounding players instantly felt death loom over them, and they started to back away from these two players. After the two activated their berserk skills, each temporarily gained the combat power of a lord of the same level. Yet, as if the pressure these two players radiated were a spring breeze, Aqua Rose remained unfazed as she stood before the Candlelight trading firm's entrance. Watching the two players charge at her, Aqua Rose simply waved her staff. The ground beneath her feet turned pitch black, and as if this black shadow were contagious, it spread quickly, covering the ground around her. The shadow then enveloped the assassin and swordsman, and they instinctively jumped into the air to avoid the attack. Begone! Aqua Rose did not even bother to look at her assailants as she swiped her right index finger across the air. The pitch-black shadow rose from the ground, transforming into a pillar of black light that shot into the air. Even players several streets away saw the pillar of black light. Giving neither of the players a chance, the black pillar devoured them whole. Despite the two players activating their life-saving skills, they screamed in agony from inside the pillar. They felt as if they were trapped in hell. The spectators even began to pity them after hearing the screams. When the pillar of black light finally disappeared, only Aqua Rose and two pieces of top-tier equipment remained on the battlefield. They died. How did she do that? This scene left everyone gasping. Unlike the Berserker, who had died without any display of strength, Blackwater's assassin and swordsman had shown off their combat standards against alluring summer. Thus, everyone watching the battle had a clear grasp of how strong those two experts were. Laughing Drunkard, who watched from afar, wore a dark expression. Aqua Rose was a lot stronger than he had expected. Until now, she had only used two skills. This wasn't enough for him to judge her current standard. Moreover, the information he gleaned from the pillar of black light was not enough to reach a conclusion. The assassin and swordsman had died for nothing. After Aqua Rose finished collecting her loot, she looked towards Laughing Drunkard and said, "If you still want to fight, attack me together. I don't have time to waste on fighting you one by one." Currently, she was in a relatively good mood. She had only used two skills to earn 2 pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. She could probably make close to 100 gold if she sold these 2 items. Unfortunately, Blackwater's members had swiftly retrieved the equipment the Berserker had dropped. Otherwise, she could have earned more money. When Blackwater's players heard Aqua Rose's provocation, they all wanted to jump into action. Although Aqua Rose's skills were indeed powerful, skills like those generally had very long cooldowns. If they charged at her now, they would be more than capable of defeating the Cursemancer. "We're leaving." Laughing Drunkard extended a hand to stop his teammates. "Now is not the time to fight them. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future." Saying so, Laughing Drunkard led his team away from the Candlelight trading firm's entrance, earning jeers and mocking gazes from the surrounding players for his trouble. At the same time, the bystanders began to admire Zero Wing even more than before. White River City's native players cheered. In their eyes, Zero Wing was a local guild, while Blackwater was the enemy. Naturally, they would celebrate when Zero Wing suppressed Blackwater. "Aqua, isn't your transformation a little too intense? It's only been some time since we've seen each other, yet I nearly failed to recognize you." As everyone left the venue, Alluring Summer, who had silently stood by the side, smiled and greeted Aqua Rose. "Not here. Let's continue our conversation inside." Aqua Rose responded to the greeting with a smile of her own. She then led Alluring Summer into the Candlelight trading firm. The remaining players on the street were stunned. They had never expected Alluring Summer to be acquainted with Zero Wing's vice guild leader, Aqua Rose. They know each other. Why doesn't the secret pavilion know anything about this? Cold Autumn was similarly shocked. Alluring Summer's strength could not be ignored. After seeing the speed of her double casting, Cold Autumn knew that the woman was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose had ended the battle too abruptly, giving Alluring Summer no opportunity to display her true strength. If Shifeng were present, he, too, would have been surprised. After all, he was extremely familiar with the woman named Alluring Summer. Shifeng wasn't the only one. Practically every player in God's domain had heard of her in the past. Her fame had all been due Alluring Summer's past nickname, the Lightning Mage God. Chapter 1025, Recruiting the Mage God. After the auction for the Advanced Mana Armor Kit ended, news of the Candlelight trading firm's plans to hold a large-scale auction spread like wildfire. It quickly became the hot topic throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Zero Wing is so amazing. I never thought that it would even sell bronze mounts. I have to collect enough money to join the auction myself. Stop dreaming. Those are bronze mounts we are talking about. Even large guilds only have a few. If Zero Wing really intends to sell them, independent players like us won't be able to afford their price. Even if I can't afford it, visiting the auction is still be a good idea. I heard that, aside from the bronze mounts, they'll be selling rare items. The majority of the players eagerly anticipated the Candlelight auction in 4 days. Even if they could not buy themselves a bronze mount, they would be more than satisfied with a good weapon or piece of equipment. As the public disregarded this as just another normal auction, God's domain's various large guilds immediately took action, secretly gathering funds. To ordinary players, the most attractive item up for auction was the bronze mount. To large guilds, however, the entrance slots to the Holy City of Titan and the Advanced Mana Armor Kits were far more important. The entrance slots were particularly valuable to super guilds. After all, they had the master lifestyle players that other guilds did not. Only, these lifestyle players had yet to familiarize themselves with God's domain's lifestyle system. As long as these players had enough resources, they would easily become true master lifestyle players. With Super Guild's expansive network of connections, they could easily earn a ton of coins with these master lifestyle players' advanced products. Hence, when the various Super Guilds and Super First-Rate Guilds heard the news of Zero Wing selling the Holy City's entrance slots, they immediately began to gather funds. As I expected of the number 1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom, to think Zero Wing still had such a move. Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report his subordinate had sent. Others might only see Zero Wing holding a simple auction, but he knew the true value of the Holy City's entrance slots. Those slots would attract a large number of super first-rate guilds and super guilds. There was also the Advanced Mana Armor Kit to consider. A 10% increase to one's basic attributes was no trifling matter. If one could equip a 100-man expert team with the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, raiding large-scale team dungeons would be much easier. This was especially true for level 50 large-scale team dungeons. As the saying went, once ahead, always ahead. Level 50 was a major turning point for God's domain's players. If a guild compiled a stock of level 50 top-tier equipment ahead of its competition, when the time came, the guild's experts could complete their Tier 2 class changes ahead of others as well. Guild leader, what should we do? If we let Zero Wing move unhindered, by the time the auction is over, they will resolve their funding problem. It doesn't matter. We'll proceed as planned. Fog and her group should finish constructing the magic array in less than 4 days. Even if Zero Wing collects enough coins, it will be powerless to change the situation. Collect some money for the auction. We need to join in on the fun as well. Singular Burial was not worried about Zero Wing making a comeback with the Candlelight auction. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had already prepared to take down Stone Forest Town. No matter how hard Zero Wing struggled, nothing would change. Inside the Candlelight trading firm's VIP guest room. The 7-story Candlelight trading firm was at least the equivalent of a 10-story building in the real world. On the top floor, one could see the beauty of White River City past the French windows and the ant-sized players wandering through the streets. In White River City, aside from the Candlelight trading firm's 3-star shop, no building offered such scenery. Most of the high-class restaurants throughout the city were at most 3 stories tall. Even NPC and other player-owned shops were not as tall. Alluring Summer, who currently sat by the French windows, glanced at the city before turning back to Aqua Rose and saying enviously, "Aqua, you really are getting by a lot better than I am. After not seeing each other for some time, your strength has improved so much. What have you been doing recently? You couldn't be training deep in the mountains, right?" Aqua Rose had hidden her level during the scuffle on the street. After entering the VIP lounge, however, she had no reason to. Level 44. When Alluring Summer saw this, her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. She had barely reached level 41 after encountering several miracles and spending most of her time cooped up in her home playing God's Domain, yet Aqua Rose, who was busy as Zero Wing's vice guild leader, had managed to reach level 44. It was truly inconceivable. Alluring Summer could clearly remember that, when Aqua Rose had resided in the Storm Empire and one of Twilight Echo's honorary elders, the woman's level and equipment had been on par with hers. If she had lost to her friend only in levels and equipment, she wouldn't have minded. The biggest issue was that Aqua Rose had also improved her combat techniques. Coupled with the woman's equipment, she was not confident that she could defeat Aqua Rose right now. "What are you talking about?" Aqua Rose covered her mouth and grinned. She had known Alluring Summer since she was young, as their families were friends. However, Alluring Summer was a far more talented gamer than herself. Due to that, this woman had always bullied her. Now that Alluring Summer had said such a thing, the little vanity inside her was quite satisfied. She felt even happier than when she had defeated the Star Alliance. "Who do you think you're trying to fool? Look at that smile on your face." Alluring Summer rolled her eyes at her friend. Eagerly, she asked, "Speak. What have you been doing recently? How did you improve so quickly?" All right. I'll talk." Aqua Rose nodded. "To be honest, I've asked you here for a reason. I'm sure that you have heard about Zero Wing, even in the Storm Empire. I invited you here today to ask you to join Zero Wing. Join a guild." Alluring Summer shook her head straightforwardly and said, "Forget it. I'm used to moving alone. I hate being bound by guild's restrictions more than anything. Don't even try to persuade me. I refuse to join any guild. Don't you want to improve your combat techniques?" Aqua Rose had predicted this reply. Smiling, she said, "Hasn't that always been your goal? If you are always alone, I'm afraid that you'll never catch up to that person. I've heard that that person is getting by pretty well in God's domain. His strength has already reached an unimaginable realm." Chapter 1026, Top 10. Alluring Summer fell silent at Aqua Rose's words. Others might not know why she had started playing virtual reality games, but Aqua Rose knew her end goal. "I know how that person is doing. I'm still nowhere near his strength. However, I recently accepted a hidden class quest. If I can complete the quest and obtain a hidden class, I might have a chance of catching up in the future," Alluring Summer said seriously. "I believe that you are familiar with his standards. Can you say with certainty that I can surpass that person by joining Zero Wing?" Before she arrived in Star Moon Kingdom, she had researched Aqua Rose's guild thoroughly. She had to admit that it was miraculous that a small, unknown guild had grown to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. However, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't much when compared to the whole of God's domain. There were hundreds of kingdoms. Star Moon Kingdom was only slightly above average kingdom. Meanwhile, empires stood far above kingdoms. Based on what she knew, there were other small, unknown guilds that had taken control of entire kingdoms. There was even a third-rate guild that dominated an empire, though said third-rate guild possessed an extraordinary background. On the other hand, Zero Wing had yet to take control over Star Moon Kingdom fully. Among the many rising small guilds in the game, it merely ranked among the top, it did not rank number 1. Furthermore, the recently established Blackwater Guild was an extremely tough opponent for Zero Wing. In the real world, the Blackwater Corporation had begun to gather all sorts of resources. It was clear that the corporation planned a major move in God's domain to seize some of the shares in God's domain's market. As an international corporation, the amount of resources the Blackwater Corporation wielded was beyond imagination. Even without any tricks, it could easily defeat first-rate guilds. To put it bluntly, Zero Wing was having a hard time staying afloat right now. How could the guild possibly help her improve? When Alluring Summer had expected Aqua Rose to hesitate and fail to answer her question confidently, Aqua Rose revealed a dauntless smile and responded, "If you work hard enough after joining Zero Wing, I assure you that you will achieve your goal." If Alluring Summer had asked this question in the past, she wouldn't have been so certain. After all, she knew full well how powerful Alluring Summer's target was. It was not just a matter of being strong. That person was on an entirely different level. Only someone as talented as Alluring Summer could dream of surpassing such a person. As for herself, she had only been able to look up to him. However, things were different now. In the past, she had been barred from that person's world. However, thanks to Shifeng, she was beginning to enter it. With Alluring Summer's frightening talent, it was incredibly likely that she would surpass that person in the future. Hearing Aqua Rose's resolute answer, Alluring Summer was stunned. If Aqua Rose were not her best friend, she would suspect the woman of some trick. Seeing Alluring Summer's hesitation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath and said, "I understand your thoughts. How about this? Join Zero Wing. If you think remaining in Zero Wing won't help you reach your goal, I'll ask the guild leader to let you go personally. How about it?" In reality, she had not asked Alluring Summer here only because she wanted to add her strength to Zero Wing, but also because she wanted to help her friend realize her dream. Firstly, she planned to recruit Alluring Summer as a Zero Wing core member and expose her to the guild's training. This was the greatest concession she could offer right now. After all, Zero Wing was not hers. She could not selfishly offer the guild's resources to an outsider. Really? Alluring Summer asked warily. She knew that as players were given access to more resources in a large guild, they would be bound by more restrictions. It was impossible to up and leave for no reason. Take Aqua Rose for example. If not for the Sun and Moon group position as one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, she wouldn't have been able to leave the guild so easily. Don't you believe me? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. These are your words. Don't regret them later. If I sense that there is no point to remaining in Zero Wing, I won't hesitate to walk away, Alluring Summer stated seriously. That's fine, Aqua Rose said, smiling bitterly. If you don't have any other issues, sign this contract. Once you sign it, you'll be one of Zero Wing's core members and can enjoy all of the benefits that come with the position. Alluring Summer then read the system-approved contract. Indeed, as Aqua Rose had said, the conditions were lax. She could leave the guild any time she wanted. However, she would not be permitted to share any information relating to Zero Wing with others. Otherwise, she would be banished from God's domain. Alluring Summer understood the clause. After all, every guild had its secrets. After finding no faults with the contract, she signed at the bottom. After Aqua Rose confirmed that the Mage God system had acknowledged the contract, she sent her friend several battle videos. Since you're a core member, you are allowed to learn from these. As for how much you learn, that depends on you. If you wish to enhance your learning speed, you can fight for the 100-berry wine. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you can also apply to join Zero Wings training grounds in the real world. There are dedicated experts there to offer pointers. If you rank within the top 10 in Zero Wings rank matches, you may apply for the black card. With that, you can train in the simulation training system. Black card? What's that? Alluring Summer could not help but ask. I'm not allowed to offer any concrete information. You can only learn more if you rank among the top 10 in the matches, Aqua Rose said, chuckling. She had been using the black card Shifeng had sent her. She had never dreamed that Shifeng would get his hands on something so valuable. Before this, she had not realized how frightening super guilds were. Despite her previous participation in a super guild's training camp, she felt like she was learning about super guilds for the first time. During the several days she had spent in the secret pavilion's training system, she had improved significantly. Don't be so stingy. Do you think that I can't rank among the top 10 with my strength? Alluring Summer curled up her lips into a sneer. I believe that you can in the future. However, you won't make it in the upcoming rank matches, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Aqua, do you think that I used my full strength against those bastards on the street? I'm not trying to brag, but if I used my full strength, very few people in Zero Wing could stand against me, Alluring Summer said, annoyed. She had experienced many hardships in the Storm Empire. She had even disguised herself and defeated many well-known experts. Among them, some were even top-tier experts ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. With her standards, aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, she would easily rank at the top of any large guild. I knew you would say that. However, take a look at these videos. Once you're done, you'll understand what I mean, Aqua Rose said, not bothering to explain further. If you still think that you're strong enough, I will find someone to spar with you. If you can defeat that person, I'll help you apply for a black card immediately. What do you think? These are your words, not mine. Don't regret them. Seeing Aqua Rose's resolution, Alluring Summer decided to humor her friend, and she started to watch one of the videos she had been given. She was curious to find out what gave Aqua Rose such great confidence. Chapter 1027, Overwhelming Strength. Only Zero Wings core members could view the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent to Alluring Summer. God's Domain's various large guilds usually had their own intelligence departments that specialized in information gathering and videos of various battles. Battle videos of Apex experts were not unique to Zero Wing. However, the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent were somewhat special. These battle videos could not be found anywhere on the market. The majority of these videos were of Shifeng fighting other Apex experts. Moreover, they had been recorded from Shifeng's point of view, not from a third party's. In addition, they had been recorded with the holographic simulation mode. Rather than watching the video on a flat screen, one could experience the fight themselves. Among the recorded opponents, the weakest were in the refinement realm, while the strongest had been an old monster in the domain realm. One could say that this was the classical collection of Shifeng's battles. As for opponents that had not reached the refinement realm, those had not qualified. After all, there were too many expert players who had yet to reach the refinement realm. Those videos were easy to find. Referencing those videos had no value. Aside from Shifeng's PvP battle videos, Alluring Summer also had access to his battle videos from the Secret Pavilion's Battle Tower. The Battle Tower was the most direct method of testing a player's combat standards. These videos could help a player summarize their deficiencies. These videos were precisely the reason that Zero Wing's core members improved so quickly. Alluring Summer had not paid much attention when she had started to watch the videos. However, when the fight began, she couldn't pull her eyes from the recording. Before she realized it, she had already watched all of the videos Aqua Rose had sent her. After Alluring Summer finished watching the videos, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Excitedly, she turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked, "Aqua, do you have other videos like these?" Although she had only watched a few and none of these videos lasted long, she had to admit that they were inspiring. Shifeng's battles gave her a glimpse of an entirely new world. She had never thought that players could fight in such a way. "These videos are the best we have. There are some others stored in the guild's database. The most exciting of those are the battles between core members. However, regarding combat standards, they are no match for the videos you just watched," Aqua Rose said. "They are no match." Alluring Summer was disappointed. Although she had only watched the videos for a short time, she already felt that she had improved in a way. If she could watch more recordings of such high combat standards, she could improve faster than relying on trial and error. "Are you disappointed?" Aqua Rose asked, giggling. "Of course. I usually collect battle videos of God's domain's experts, too. However, compared what you have given me, those experts are no more than children playing house." At this moment, Alluring Summer still couldn't get enough of those videos. "To be honest, you don't need to feel so disappointed. If you fight your way into the top 10 in the ranked matches and obtain a black card, you'll develop even faster." Aqua Rose chuckled. One could fight all sorts of experts in the simulation training system. Experience would help one grow stronger much faster than watching videos. "Really?" Alluring Summer's excitement was immediate. "Didn't you say that, if I defeat a particular person, I can apply for a black card immediately? Call them here. I want to find out what this black card is." After watching the battle videos, while she admitted that she was absolutely no match for Shifeng, she did not believe that, with her current strength, she could lose to anyone else in Zero Wing. After all, she had secretly defeated the 766th ranked expert on the God's Domain's experts list. Furthermore, although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose had grown stronger after watching her friend fight, she believed that she had roughly a 40% chance of defeating the Vice Guild leader. "Alright, then. I'll contact them," Aqua Rose said, smiling helplessly. She knew full well how confident Alluring Summer was of her own strength. She also knew that Alluring Summer was a capable expert. Had Alluring Summer visited a few days earlier, with her current strength and techniques, she likely would have ranked among the top 10. In addition to her status as Vice Guild leader, it shouldn't be hard to get Alluring Summer a black card. Now, however, things had changed. Some time ago, Gentle Snow joined Zero Wing with a bunch of Ouroboros's top players, increasing Zero Wing's strength significantly. Right now, she was not certain of how well Alluring Summer would fare in Zero Wing. After all, she was not particularly familiar with the strength of Gentle Snow's people. However, since her friend was eager to fight, she might as well accommodate the woman. She could use this opportunity to determine how much her friend had improved while they had been apart. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Violet Cloud and led Alluring Summer to the Divine Colosseum. "Aqua, you're kidding me, right? You're having me fight a cleric. Aren't you underestimating me a little too much?" Alluring Summer frowned at the young Violet Cloud before her. Before arriving, she had thought Aqua Rose would find some middle-aged uncle to face her. She never thought that her opponent would be such a young girl. It was common knowledge that improving one's techniques in virtual reality games was not as easy or convenient as improving one's weapons and equipment. One needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate combat experience. Aside from those extremely talented youths, very few youths became experts. Most of the famous experts in God's domain were over 25 years old. Violet Cloud was also a cleric. Alluring Summer's victory was practically guaranteed. Just fight her. You'll understand soon, Aqua Rose said, smiling meaningfully. She had already promised that, as long as Alluring Summer defeated the person she called upon, she would help her apply for a black card. If she chose someone like Flying Shadow or Cola, her application might not be accepted. However, if Alluring Summer could defeat Violet Cloud, get her access to the simulated training system would easier. Her application would definitely be accepted. After all, defeating Violet Cloud meant that Alluring Summer was already strong enough to rank among the guild's top 10. With no other choice, Alluring Summer helplessly entered the arena. She decided to put an end to this pointless farce quickly. As soon as the timer reached 0, Alluring Summer immediately began to doublecast. Moreover, both of her chosen spells were Tier 1, Lightning and Chain Fireball. First, she intended to use the numerous fireballs to block her opponent's paths, keeping the girl in one place. Afterward, she planned to attack Violet Cloud's weak point with lightning. Even an expert on her level would struggle to cope with such a combination. Go! As soon as Alluring Summer finished chanting, she hurled 5 fireballs at Violet Cloud. Each fireball was just as powerful as a full-powered attack from a berserker of the same level. Moreover, the fireballs were extremely fast. Even an assassin of the same level would find them difficult to dodge. This spell should kill a cleric instantly. Even if Violet Cloud survived the attack, Alluring Summer still had the more powerful and faster lightning. This was the spell she had used to throw Bullet, the swordsman from Blackwater, over 20 yards away. It was overkill against a magical class. However, just as Alluring Summer thought that the battle was over, dozens of mana balls appeared around Violet Cloud. Under Violet Cloud's control, these mana balls transformed into a beam of black light that struck the 5 fireballs. How? Alluring Summer was stunned. The instant the 5 fireballs encountered those mana balls, not only had they been destroyed, but over a dozen more mana balls continued towards Alluring Summer. Despite using lightning and ice wall to defend herself, the mana balls adjusted their attack trajectories as if they were alive, avoiding her lightning and ice wall and surrounding her. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena as Alluring Summer's body fell to the ground. The system then displayed the victor's name above the arena. Violet Cloud. Chapter 1028, Royal Guard. As soon as Alluring Summer resurrected outside the arena, she turned to look at the young girl walking out of it, her face filled with shock. Of all the experts she had encountered before, not one had ever managed to instantly kill her in a single move. She also had not believed that such a person existed. Not to mention, said person was a little girl. Why is there such a huge gap? Alluring Summer was baffled by this outcome. Standing to one side, Aqua Rose could not help but reminisce when she saw the stunned look on her friend's face. Back when she had seen the strength Sherfoam displayed, she had been thoroughly stupefied. Now, Alluring Summer was experiencing a similar situation. The outcome of this match came as no surprise whatsoever to Aqua Rose. Although they were all playing the same game, the disparity in strength had made her wonder whether they were truly playing the same game. Alluring Summer was most likely pondering this same question at the moment, utterly confused by this situation. However, this was reality, an extremely cruel reality. This was the most unreasonable aspect of games. In ordinary virtual reality games, the gradual accumulation of attributes made it very easy for a gap to appear between players. Meanwhile, God's domain was even more special than the usual virtual reality games. Not only was there the gap of attributes, but there was also the gap of combat experience and techniques. Reaction speed, observation power, skill utilization, grasp of timing, and many other aspects. If one was just a tad stronger than their opponent in all these aspects, in a situation where both fighters possessed the same attributes, there would still be a massive difference in the combat power displayed. This battle was undoubtedly the best proof. In terms of attributes, Violet Cloud, who was currently level 44, completely surpassed Alluring Summer. In terms of combat techniques, Violet Cloud, who had already entered the refinement realm, was also superior to Alluring Summer, who was only at the half-step refinement realm. The result of this combination of advantages was a one-hit KO. After falling into a daze for quite some time, Alluring Summer turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked curiously, "Aqua, tell me honestly. What's her rank within the guild? This was Alluring Summer's first time encountering such a powerful cleric since she started playing God's Domain. She did not believe that Violet Cloud ranked only within the top 10 of Zero Wing. Based on her estimation, the girl should be among the top 3 at the very least. If a guild could have 3 of such experts, it was no wonder Zero Wing was considered Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Probably within the top 5. Aqua Rose could not say for sure. As far as she knew, Shifeng had not held back in nurturing Gentle Snow and the others after they joined Zero Wing. Moreover, Aqua Rose had heard that Gentle Snow had already entered the refinement realm even before she joined Zero Wing. The weapon she wielded was even a magic weapon. She also had a hidden class that enabled her to use twofold Berserk. In addition, there was Thoughtful Rain, who did not participate much in guild activities. The girl was very strong and was another one who had a special legacy. She's so strong, yet she's only ranked within the top 5. Alluring Summer exclaimed in shock. You're kidding me, right? She truly found it hard to imagine what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were actually 4 more monsters like Violet Cloud in the guild. Just how were other guilds supposed to go up against Zero Wing? What benefit do I get from lying to you? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. Grumpily, she added, now you know how powerful Zero Wing is, right? Although Aqua Rose was acting somewhat smug, Alluring Summer was paying no attention to her words whatsoever. Instead, she directly rushed up to Violet Cloud, hoping to continue challenging the young girl. Before this, she had extreme difficulty finding a powerful expert to fight against. Now that this little monster was right before her eyes, how could she possibly let this chance get away? To a battle maniac like Alluring Summer, this situation was equivalent to placing fresh meat before a hungry wolf. At the same time as Alluring Summer had joined Zero Wing, a huge incident had occurred over at the distant Star Moon City. A short while ago, monsters had captured an NPC town belonging to Star Moon City, massacring every player within the town and reducing a town with a population of nearly 20,000 players to a town of death. In response, Star Moon City had announced that players could launch a crusade against this town. As long as they managed to clear out the monsters from this town, they would obtain generous rewards, including direct promotion to a Count of Star Moon City. In God's Domain, the importance of reputation to players spoke volumes for itself. The higher a player's reputation was, the easier it would be for them to obtain a high ranking or rare quest. Players could also receive discounts on their repair fees and teleportation fees. Most importantly, the number of personal guards they could hire would increase. At the Viscount rank, players were only allowed 2 personal guards. At the Count rank, however, players could have 4. Even if a player themselves was not strong, if they had 4 high-quality personal guards around them, even expert players would have to give them a wide berth. Moreover, grinding field bosses would also become a very simple task. Only, it was extremely difficult to find high-quality personal guards. Currently, even a mysterious iron guard would go for an astronomical price, not to mention secret silver and fine gold guards. However, players were no fools, either. Currently, even the various large guilds had managed to find only a few mysterious iron guards, much less secret silver guards. Anyone who obtained one would definitely treat the NPC as their family heirloom. They would not sell the NPC no matter what. Meanwhile, one of the rewards for the town crusade just so happened to be an opportunity to select a personal guard from the King's Royal Guard. The King's Royal Guard. That was the gathering place of Star Moon Kingdom's elites. Only the most outstanding guards could join the Royal Guard. Their growth potential would naturally be significantly better than that of the NPCs players could find on the streets. Even if an ordinary player managed to obtain only a mysterious iron guard, they could immediately resign from their jobs in the real world and rely solely on God's domain to sustain themselves. If one obtained a secret silver guard and directly sold the NPC to a large guild, they would no longer have to worry about living expenses for the rest of their lives. Hence, the moment news of this was released, the entire Starmoon City went into an uproar. Both independent and guild players formed teams one after another and embarked on an expedition to take back the town. Many guilds and workshops even started preparing siege tools. Guild leader, should we send some men over as well? In any case, that town is not very far away from Stone Forest Town, Blackie suggested softly as he looked at Shifeng, who was currently overseeing the construction of the magic tower. No need to hurry. It'll be fine even if we head out after the tower is constructed, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. In reality, though, even he was greatly tempted by this reward. The NPCs in the Royal Guard were dragons among men. Generally, only players who had reached the Marquis rank had the opportunity to choose a personal guard from the Royal Guard. Even then, they would be required to complete a quest whose difficulty was no less than an epic quest's. Extremely few players were capable of completing it. Fortunately, this quest belonged to the category of pure reward quests, so players would not incur any punishment even if they failed. At most, they would lose their opportunity to recruit a royal guard. Yet, now, players only needed to capture a town in order to receive such a reward. Shifeng was somewhat puzzled by this situation. Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Upon hearing Shifeng saying so, Blackie had no choice but to give up on taking a look at the monster town. After all, Zero Wing was truly very busy right now. The guild's expansion had driven home to Blackie its dire manpower shortage. Setting aside the ongoing war with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, just Stone Forest Town itself required a lot of people to manage it. In the past, as he had not been responsible for managing Stone Forest Town, he had not thought that the job was particularly difficult. Recently, however, Shifeng had handed him some of the responsibility for the town, which finally made him realize how wrong he was. While the town had still been in its protection period, the task of maintaining the town's security could be left fully to the NPC guards to handle. After the protection period was over, however, problems started cropping up one after another. The first headache was the matter of patrolling the town, a daily task in player towns. Zero Wing needed to arrange for some players to patrol Stone Forest Town and maintain its security. However, this need was not because of players but NPCs. Ever since Stone Forest Town's protection period ended, a constant flow of NPC visitors from other towns had started trickling in. Among them included merchants, adventurers, and various other kinds of NPCs. This situation triggered the true development of the town's economy, which was the root of the second headache. A town's promotion relied mainly on its economy and degree of prosperity. Meanwhile, these two factors depended on the number of resident players and NPCs. In terms of players, Stone Forest Town had long since exceeded the target requirement and was already qualified for promotion to a medium-sized town. In terms of NPCs, however, Stone Forest Town was not even close to reaching the required number of 10,000 NPCs. Moreover, this number did not include the NPC guards brought over or hired by the guild. Meanwhile, the town's security was critical to attracting more NPCs to a town. Hence, guilds needed to dispatch players every day to maintain the security within their town and inspect the NPCs in town to prevent the spies of dark forces from creating local mischief. In addition, guilds had to dispatch a lot of members to maintain the security of the trade routes between towns, which faced threats from players, as well as from hostile NPCs and monsters. If the security of a town's trade routes was not maintained, then merchant NPCs would not dare to visit said town to develop at all. Hence, managing a town was not as easy as Blackie had imagined it to be. Fortunately, these security tasks were considered guild quests, which also provided relatively good rewards, so quite a number of guild members were fighting over these quests every day. Only, these quests were a little costly to the guild. While the system supplied the EXP rewards these quests provided, the monetary rewards came from the guild itself. Moreover, the longer the trade route that needed coverage, the more players that had to be dispatched, which would, in turn, raise the expenditures. Just a single day's maintenance fees already cost the guild 300 gold. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As the protection period of the town had just recently ended, there was only a single trade route leading to Stone Forest Town right now. Once the number of trade routes increased, the guild's expenditures would rise significantly. Guild leader, is it true that we really won't have to patrol any trade route near the town after we construct this magic tower? Blackie asked curiously as he looked at Shifeng, who was continuously manipulating magical runes at the moment. Of course. Otherwise, why would I pay such a huge price to build this tower? Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie. The magic tower was the mainstream defensive building used in the later stages of God's domain. Just the cost of construction already exceeded 7,000 gold. If one included the many materials wasted due to production errors, the total cost could exceed 10,000 gold. Reducing wastage was also the reason why guilds would usually have master lifestyle players construct the magic tower. With the rarity of the design for the magic tower and the sheer expense of actually constructing one, if the magic tower only had great destructive power, it would never have become the mainstream defensive building of God's domain. The key point that made the magic tower valuable was its defensive range. The tower had a detection range of 10,000 yards. Hence, after constructing a magic tower in the town, there would be no need to worry about hostile NPCs intruding upon the trade routes within 10,000 yards of the tower, as these NPCs would know that they would be discovered very quickly. The construction of a second magic tower would extend the defensive range of the towers by an additional 5,000 yards. This range was extendable to a maximum of 30,000 yards. In other words, the magic towers would reach maximum efficiency when there were 5 of them in a town or city. However, Stone Forest Town was not a commercial town. It would not have many trade routes that needed guarding. Hence, having a single magic tower was sufficient. Any more would just be a waste of resources. After all, its construction design was available in limited quantities. If he weren't limited by the designs, though, Shifeng would not mind building a few more towers and turning Stone Forest Town into an iron fortress. The current Stone Forest Town was no longer the same as it was in the past when the majority of its residents were guild players. On the contrary, independent players currently outnumbered the guild players within the town. This was because the various large guilds had all shifted their focus to the Undead Gorge, as not only was the map there massive, but the monsters there were available in greater numbers as well. Whether one was trying to grind for levels or magic crystals, the Undead Gorge was an excellent choice. Most importantly, guilds wouldn't have to submit to Zero Wings exploitation by grinding at the Undead Gorge. If they grinded at the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would have to contribute a significant share of the magic crystals they earned to the repair fees and accommodation fees at Stone Forest Town. However, there would be no need to do so if they grinded at the Undead Gorge. Although it took more time to travel to the Undead Gorge, as mounts became more commonplace, going from the nearest NPC town to the Undead Gorge would get whittled down to only around 2 hours. Hence, the various large guilds had placed all their focus on the Undead Gorge. However, independent players were different. Firstly, their levels were not comparable to those of elite members of guilds. Secondly, they would suffer at the hands of the guilds grinding at the Undead Gorge. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the best option for them. Currently, if one looked at the streets of Stone Forest Town, one would find that nearly 70% of the players there were independent players. The town was even more prosperous than it was in the past. During the time Shifeng was completing the runes for the magic tower, news regarding the various large guilds' crusade against the monster town had spread all over the official forums. A level 60 mythic monster had actually appeared in Black Ridge Town. All guilds participating in the crusade were defeated. What? Aren't mythic monsters tier 4 monsters? If only you had seen how powerful that monster was for yourself. With just a single move, it instantly annihilated over 10,000 of the players that had gone to recapture the town. Nobody could defend against that monster's attack. Even magic barriers were useless against it. That's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that the monsters in that town all possess extremely high combat standards. Even ordinary players might not be able to defeat the common monsters there in a one-on-one. Most importantly, I've heard that players killed by those monsters aren't able to log into God's domain for some time. Moreover, those monsters would also grow in strength after killing players. How are we supposed to recapture that town, then? The more people that go there, the stronger those monsters become. Plus, there's even a Tier 4 boss guarding the town, that's as strong as the strongest NPCs in major NPC cities. Who could possibly do anything about those monsters? I've heard that the monsters inside the town have already begun spreading out into the surroundings. They aren't just staying in Black Ridge Town. They've even ambushed many players grinding in that map. Now, no player dares to approach that map anymore. It's no wonder the system is offering such generous rewards. The difficulty of this quest is simply ridiculous. Luckily, I didn't go there. Do you think those monsters will continue taking over the nearby towns? That might actually be possible. I think Stone Forest Town is in one of the maps closest to Black Ridge Town. If those monsters head over to Stone Forest Town, we'll have an interesting show to watch. Many players were merrily discussing the monster town on the forums. At the same time, the various large guilds also suddenly realized that something joyous was going to happen. If those monsters really continued extending their reach into the vicinity, it was only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town encountered trouble. Chapter 1030, Magic Tower completed. The news of the Monster Crusade failure spread rapidly throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Immediately after, the safety of Stone Forest Town also became a topic of discussion. Many players were delighted at this situation, particularly the members of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. They never thought that even the game would side with them. As long as Zero Wing lost its possession of Stone Forest Town, the guild would lose a major source of income. Afterwards, with the capital their guilds possessed, they could easily crush Zero Wing. Moreover, to fan the flames, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial started deliberately purchasing the Candlelight trading firm's light stones in bulk and selling them together with the light stones they produced cheaply, quickly solving their shop's shortage of light stones. Although this would increase the Candlelight trading firm's income in the short term as well as incur losses for their own guilds, doing so would encourage Candlelight's customers to gradually transition to shopping at the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm in the long run. Due to this sudden development, the elite players originally planning to join Zero Wing started hesitating. After Aqua Rose received word of this development, she immediately conducted her own investigation. The joy she felt from successfully recruiting Alluring Summer vanished in an instant. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng, saying, "Guild leader, this is our overall situation as of now." In less than an hour since news of the crusade failing had spread, the Candlelight trading firm's sales of the light stones had increased by nearly 5 times. As a consequence, both the Heavenly and Blackwater trading firms had managed to plunder the popularity Candlelight had garnered through the advanced mana armor kits. As for the number of players trying to join Zero Wing, that had directly fallen by half. This was not good news for Zero Wing, which was currently in urgent need of manpower. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial sure are good. Only they would dare to do something like this. Shifeng could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the Candlelight trading firm's income and traffic situation. "Guild leader, you're still in the mood to joke around? If they really start mass-producing light stones, we will be in so much trouble," Aqua Rose said, pouting. "Moreover, you've also seen for yourself how bad Stone Forest Town's situation is by now. Based on our investigations, those monsters' numbers are continuously increasing. Current estimates put them at over 100,000 already. Moreover, they've also begun spreading out. It won't be long before they come attacking Stone Forest Town." Shifeng took a look at the report sent over by Aqua Rose. In one of the video recordings, he had spotted a familiar figure. This figure was none other than the one-horned humanoid monster. Only, it had improved significantly compared to when he first saw it. At this point, it had already reached level 53. Its HP had undergone a qualitative transformation as well, rising from being over 1 million to 6 million. Now, the humanoid monster was at the standard of a level 50 lord. Back then, it had only been at the standard of a level 40 chieftain. Its improvement speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, these one-horned monsters were very few. The majority of the monster army consisted of level 50 to level 60 wild beast-type monsters. Their intelligence and combat standards were clearly beneath the humanoid monsters. Even so, these wild beasts already possessed the combat standards of ordinary players. This situation was a disaster for ordinary players. If these monsters continued developing, Shifeng did not doubt that the entire Star Moon Kingdom would fall into danger. Since the Blackwater Corporation wants to hit us while we're down, let's fulfill their wishes. Any player who purchases 2 or more stacks of light stones will have to pay 2 silver per light stone. If players only buy 1 stack, they'll receive the normal rate of 80 copper per piece, Shifeng said, chuckling. As for those monsters, just ignore them for now. We'll continue doing what we need to do. It still isn't certain who will have the last laugh. If this situation had happened before he had obtained the magic tower design, he really would have worried about those monsters, which were nurtured by the evil god's temple. Now, however, things were different. As long as Stone Forest Town's magic tower got constructed, aside from NPC cities and some of the more fortified NPC towns, Stone Forest Town would definitely be the safest place in Star Moon Kingdom. If the monsters from the evil god's temple were to spread throughout the entire Star Moon City region, the one crying tears of regret at that time definitely would not be him. Are we really going to ignore them? Aqua Rose was still very worried. Although she knew that Zero Wing still had other sources of income, the magic crystal income of Stone Forest Town was very important to them. Without a supply of magic crystals, the guild's development would very quickly come to a standstill. Relax, Shifeng said confidently. The magic tower was no trifling matter. Otherwise, it would have never become the mainstream defensive building in God's domain. Time passed quickly. After spending most of his day working, Shifeng finally completed the construction of the magic tower. The instant the tower was done, Shifeng's EXP rose tremendously. His forging proficiency also increased directly by 500 points. To an advanced forger like Shifeng, raising his proficiency by even a single point was a very difficult task. He needed to make multiple advanced items for that to happen. Normally, an advanced forger would have to spend the entire day working in order to gain 500 proficiency. At the same time as the construction was completed, the magic tower, which he had situated in the center of Stone Forest Town, released a blue pulse that gave everyone within the town the feeling they were under observation. What's this thing? Players throughout the town quickly noticed the lofty magic tower. At the top of the tower sat a gigantic crystal glowing a faint blue. The crystal was like the moon illuminating the night sky. This scene piqued everyone's curiosity about the tower. Previously, while Shifeng was building the magic tower, a layer of fog had shrouded the tower itself and the area around it. Others couldn't see what was going on beyond the fog. They only knew that something was under construction. After seeing this tall building, everyone was fascinated by the magic tower's appearance. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself was currently standing atop the magic tower, one hand resting on the giant crystal. He then started activating the magic tower. The magic tower had a total of 3 functions. The first function was attacking distant targets. The power of the magic tower's attacks rivaled that of the basic mana pulse cannon. However, unlike the latter, the magic tower's attacks had a very short cooldown, roughly similar to that of defense turrets. The second function was reconnaissance. The tower was capable of locating any target within a 10,000-yard radius. The third function was also the favorite function of the various large guilds: mana density improvement. The magic tower's mana density improving capabilities were far from comparable to those of a mana tower, which could be constructed only in cities. The total effectiveness of 5 magic towers was not even 1/3 of that of a mana tower. Even so, this result was already plenty good for a town. After all, the process of promoting a town to a city was a long and arduous one. The magic tower was equivalent to a transitional building. System: do you wish to activate the magic tower? Activating the tower will cost 1,000 magic crystals, while maintaining the tower's mana gathering function for a day will cost 500 magic crystals. Activate. Shifeng clicked the Activate button without hesitation. Chapter 1031, When water rises, the boat rises with it. After Shifeng tapped on the semi-transparent light blue screen before him, 1,500 magic crystals instantly disappeared from his bag. Immediately, the gigantic crystal atop the magic tower released a dazzling light blue beam that shot 400 yards into the air before bursting apart and spreading over the entire stone forest town like an opened umbrella. This spectacular sight stunned all the players within the town. What's going on? Is Zero Wing setting up a magic barrier? Everyone could not help but start discussing the magic tower. However, while most people were chatting, a few expert players with sharp senses suddenly discovered that the density of the ambient mana was actually rising gradually. Are you guys feeling it? The mana density in the town seems to be rising. Yeah, now that you mention it, my mind does feel a lot clearer than before. Wait, take a look at your status windows. There's an extra buff in mine. As experts voiced their findings in surprise one after another, more and more players also noticed the changes that had occurred to the town. When someone mentioned the appearance of a buff in their status window, everyone promptly called out their status windows as well. Ample mana state stamina and concentration recovery improved significantly. Player will be able to maintain a clear state of mind at all times while in this state. This buff is too amazing. Hooray, Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. This is too awesome. My current recovery rate already rivals the recovery rate inside a hotel. With this, I won't have to rest in a hotel anymore. What a fool. I just came out from a hotel. Resting in one is way better. Not only is the recovery rate there faster, but as long as you rest for 5 hours, once you exit from the ample mana state, your EXP acquisition rate will be 30% higher for 2 hours. If you rest for 10 hours, you get 4 hours worth of 30% bonus EXP. What? That amazing? You'll know once you go test it out. I have to work during the day, so I'll definitely have to rest over 10 hours in a hotel. With this, I won't have to worry about falling behind in levels. After the players in the town realized the effects of the magic tower, many of them couldn't hold back their excitement and started cheering loudly in the streets. The majority of the players in Stone Forest Town were independent players. Unlike guild players, who had guild residences, they did not have the opportunity to accumulate the double EXP buff. Hence, independent players generally lagged behind guild players in levels. However, as many independent players disliked the restrictive rules of guilds, they would rather level up at a slower pace than join a guild. That way, they could enjoy a free and comfortable lifestyle as well as the exciting adventures God's domain had to offer. However, now that they could also enjoy an EXP increase buff by resting in hotels, how could they not get excited? With this, they could have their freedom and level up quickly at the same time. The originally bustling hotels suddenly became jammed with players. Every independent player in town had rushed to the nearest hotel in the hopes of renting a room for themselves. Previously, everyone had angrily cursed at the hotel rates of Stone Forest Town were daylight robbery, as the town was charging nearly triple that of other places, and only by paying with magic crystals would they receive the normal rate. Now, however, everyone thought nothing of it. Instead, they felt that this price was a bargain. After all, after resting for 10 hours, one would have a 30% increased EXP acquisition rate for 4 hours. Crap, this is a scam. I'm already using magic crystals to pay, so why are the rates still triple the normal hotel rates? If you can't afford it, get lost. Can't you see that there's still a bunch of people waiting to rent a room? Ha ha ha. Luckily, I was smart enough to rent a room for 10 days before this situation happened. I've saved a fortune this time. Currently, every hotel within Stone Forest Town was packed with independent players. Although many were disgruntled at the price markup, the 30% EXP buff was just too important. Hence, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rent a room. Moreover, every player would rent for at least 10 days. Otherwise, when demand for the hotel rooms skyrocketed in the future, they might not get an opportunity to rent one. Guild Leader, this magic tower is simply amazing. It's only been a few minutes, but every hotel in Stone Forest Town is already at capacity. Right now, many players are even complaining that there are too few hotels in town and are demanding that we build more, Blackie reported, smiling. Originally, renting a room for a day in one of Stone Forest Town's hotels cost only 50 copper. Now, even after jacking up the price to 1 silver, 50 copper, the many hotels in town still could not keep up with demand. Moreover, this price was for transactions in magic crystals. If players were using coins, they would have to pay 3 silver per day. Ignore the matters regarding the hotels for now. Prioritize constructing a battle arena. That's where the money will really come from, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although hotels seem to be very profitable, in reality, these establishments did not earn a lot of money. Hotels simply took up too much space. Moreover, Zero Wing would only gross a maximum of 1 silver, 50 copper per day from each player. After deducting the cost of hiring NPCs to manage the hotels, the guild was earning roughly 1 silver, 20 copper from each player. Currently, the hotels in Stone Forest Town could accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people only. In other words, Zero Wing could earn 240 gold per day at most through the hotels, a large sum of money to ordinary large guilds, but to Zero Wing, this was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, 20,000 players were not even 1/10 of Stone Forest Town's population. Even so, the current number of hotels occupied over half of the town's lands. Originally, the reason why Shifeng had constructed so many cheap hotels was to earn magic crystals. However, now that he had the magic tower, there was another building that could earn him even more money, the battle arena. The battle arena was a place where players could fight against each other. Due to the magic tower, the mana density in the entire town had increased. This situation would be of great assistance to players, just like in the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Under the effects of Stone Forest Town's environment, players could maintain a very clear state of mind. Fighting under such a state would be of great help in improving their strength. However, inside a player-constructed town, PvP was prohibited. The only place players could fight against each other in a town was at a battle arena. When the time came, the 200,000 or so players residing in Stone Forest Town would definitely head to the battle arena to improve themselves through PvP. At that time, the money Zero Wing could earn through the battle arena would no doubt far surpass the income they were currently making from the hotels. I'll get it done right away. Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Shifeng's explanation. At the same time, the matter regarding Stone Forest Town gradually spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. As a result, independent players who were tempted to head to the Undead Gorge started having second thoughts. Getting 4 hours of 30% increased EXP acquisition rate was no laughing matter, particularly for independent elite and expert players. This was a rare opportunity to level up quicker. If utilized properly, even if they could not completely catch up to guild players, at the very least, they wouldn't be left too far behind. Starmoon City, Blackwater's residence. Damn it! To think Zero Wing would still have such a move. Abandoned Wave's expression turned very ugly when he received the news regarding Stone Forest Town. At this rate, the more time they wasted, the more troublesome Zero Wing would become. At the same time, his heart was also filled with sheer envy, and he grew even more impatient to obtain Stone Forest Town. Following which, he looked at the subordinate standing beside him and commanded, immediately notify Singular Burial side. Tell them that there's a change of plans. We're going to take action ahead of time. Chapter 1032, Independent Players' Holy Land. The several upper echelons inside Blackwater's guild leader's office were shocked and they heard Abandoned Wave's command. Though, they could understand Abandoned Wave's train of thought. Stone Forest Town's latest transformation made it all the more tempting. Stone Forest Town had been, at most, a tool that Blackwater could use to defeat Zero Wing, but now, the town was a mountain of gold and silver that could massively help Blackwater's establishment in God's domain. To current guilds, magic crystals were incredibly important. If a guild wanted to nurture and improve its members' techniques quickly, sending them to the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was undoubtedly the fastest way. In order to do so, they needed magic crystals. Unfortunately, magic crystals were too difficult to procure. Even with the massive wealth and connections the Blackwater Corporation possessed, they could only procure a limited amount. In the end, the guild could only supply its experts and a small number of elite members with magic crystals. In Blackwater, there was no lack of talented players. As long as they had enough magic crystals, they could nurture large groups of experts as they wished. Now that Stone Forest Town's mana density had increased and players could acquire a 30% EXP buff from the town's hotels, the town would attract swarms of independent players. Unlike when these players' choices of leveling areas had been limited, now, they could go to Stone Forest Town if they wanted to level quickly. The sooner Blackwater took control of Stone Forest Town, the sooner it could officially start its conquest of God's domain. Boss Wave, we still have a lot of preparation. If we take action now, it might be difficult to take down Stone Forest Town, Laughing Drunkard advised. Moreover, Big Sis Ling has set out to negotiate with Pantheon. If Pantheon agrees to lend us their experts, it will be easy to take the town. We don't need to be in such a hurry. You're right. I was a little impatient, Abandoned Wave admitted as he took in a deep breath. He then laughed and said, I was still angry about Zero Wing's actions. Now, however, it would seem that I should thank them. They've even gone ahead and sent me a gift in their final moments. Let's give them another 2 days to live, then. However, you should head to Stone Forest Town and investigate the new building. The town's sudden transformation is definitely related to that tower. I want to know how we can construct one for ourselves as soon as possible. He had been somewhat impatient. The sealing magic array in the Stoneclaw Mountains was still incomplete. Without it, capturing Stone Forest Town would be quite difficult. However, once the magic array was complete and they persuaded the Super Guild Pantheon, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to hold the town, regardless of the guild's capabilities. As Blackwater planned to wait for the sealing magic array's completion, the independent players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. As a result, many major companies, which had doubted Zero Wing's future, began to regret their decisions. Due to the magic tower, Stone Forest Town's potential and value had increased exponentially. To companies like theirs, nothing was more important than sufficient players. Initially, they had been certain that Stone Forest Town's player population would never be high enough. However, things had changed. With the town's favorable environment, it was only a matter of time before its population multiplied by several times. If they set up a virtual store in Stone Forest Town, their businesses would definitely gain a following. If their companies could occupy a portion of the virtual market ahead of their competition, they would have a brighter future in God's domain. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng. Happily, she said, Guild leader, some of the companies that were hesitating have contacted me stating that they want to discuss cooperation with you. Previously, she had worried that Shifeng had been too arrogant and that none of the companies would be willing to work with them. Now, however, over 20 companies had contacted her. Moreover, every one of these companies was far more powerful than the few that had tried to take advantage of their predicament. Oh. They sure are quick to decide. Unfortunately, there are still matters that demand my attention. Arrange a meeting with them for 4 hours from now in White River City's Candlelight trading firm, Shifeng instructed her after some thought. It had been quite some time since Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. This should be the best time to purchase the guild's training center. If he waited any longer, something unexpected might happen. Previously, he had learned a lot about the training center from Gentle Snow. He had to admit that Ouroboros was indeed a veteran first-rate guild. The fact that the guild had dominated multiple virtual reality games over the years was not without reason. Its training center alone was impressive. Not only was the training center fully equipped with everything a guild needed to nurture expert players, but it was also larger than the Big Dipper training center. Moreover, the training center had been built in the downtown area of a first-tier city with an extremely large population. Every inch of that real estate was probably worth its weight in gold. If not for Gentle Snow holding a considerable amount of the training center's shares, which allowed her to mark down the price, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it, even if he paid double. Ah, right. Guild leader, one more thing. It seems Phoenix Rain has gotten wind of this and wishes to join the discussion as well. Should we invite her? Aqua Rose asked. Phoenix Rain. Shifeng was slightly surprised. He then said, "All right, call her." Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She should have considerable status in the real world, too. The fact that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team into the Dark Arena showed that the power backing her was extraordinary. She clearly had her own, abundant wealth. Her interest in these negotiations was nothing but good news for Shifeng. Elsewhere, a 50-man team fought a pack of level 45 grassland ice wolves in a grassy field. There were over 200 of these elite-ranked ice wolves with a level 45 chieftain leading the pack. However, this group gradually exterminated these elite monsters like a well-oiled machine. Even against a level 45 chieftain, the leading level 40 guardian knight tanked the boss by himself. "Boss, I heard that we can get a 4-hour 30% EXP bonus buff by resting in Stone Forest Town. Should our Snowfall team head there?" Stone Forest Town is very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the 30% EXP buff, we'll level faster in the dungeon than out here in the field. We can reach level 40 sooner than planned. Moreover, with our adventurer team's strength, grinding monsters in the dungeon's inner area shouldn't be a problem. We'd be better off going to the Stoneclaw Mountains than the Undead Gorge. That's right, leader. Snowfall is one of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams. If we let the newer adventurer teams catch up to us, we'll become a laughingstock. Alright, Snowfall will continue our development in Stone Forest Town, then. After the news about Stone Forest Town spread, the various powerful adventurer teams across Star Moon Kingdom began to make their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a time, Stone Forest Town became a hub of the various adventurer teams. As the various adventurer teams and independent players headed towards Stone Forest Town, Shifeng finished the town's battle arena in the center of town. The building already took up as much space as Zero Wing's residence, its 5-story height casting a shadow over the residence. One could say that it was the most majestic building in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Shifeng was satisfied with the finished battle arena. The battle arena had a total of 5 floors. This was Stone Forest Town's current limit. If he wished to construct it higher, it would have to occupy a larger area. However, Stone Forest Town was only a small town. There wasn't much room. Even so, the 5-story battle arena had been considerably costly to build. A single floor already cost 1,000 gold, and this did not include all the cost of the various decorations and props. With the money he had spent on this 5-story building, he could have easily purchased a high-potential plot of land in a major city. Of the 5 floors, players could rent the combat rooms on the first 3 floors. Naturally, these rooms were more expensive than in NPC cities. After all, players could enjoy the ample mana state throughout the building. Hence, Shifeng had set the rent at 1 silver per hour. While ordinary players might consider this a steep price, the independent players capable of reaching Stone Forest Town all possessed relatively high combat standards. This price should not be a problem for these players. As for the 4th floor, Shifeng intended to use it to hold a weekly tournament. Champions would be awarded excellent weapons and equipment as well as coins. Shifeng also intended to use this tournament to attract expert players. If the opportunity presented itself, he could recruit talented players through the tournament. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would charge spectators an entrance fee. Finally, the battle arena's 5th floor consisted of private rooms. There was also a tournament field. However, to participate in the 5th floor tournament, players had to rank within the top 5 in the 4th floor tournament. These players would also have access to the private rooms. Not only could players enjoy benefits similar to the town's hotels, but these private rooms were also much larger than usual hotel rooms. Players could also enjoy the view overlooking Stone Forest Town from their rooms. Meanwhile, unlike the 4th floor tournament, the 5th floor tournament would incorporate an elimination system. The 5th floor could only accommodate a maximum of 30 players. New arrivals could challenge the ranked players. Afterward, based on their weekly ranks, the top 30 players would get to remain on the 5th floor while the rest were disqualified. Also, the higher ranked a player was, the more benefits they enjoyed. Now that we've finished the construction, it's time to recruit some NPCs to manage this place. Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the towering battle arena. In the past, many large guilds had constructed battle arenas as soon as they had their own magic towers in order to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Shadow had struggled to obtain a town of its own, much less construct a magic tower. By the time Shadow had its own magic tower, other guilds' battle arenas had become incredibly popular. Shadow had no hope of competing with them. This trend was similar to the real world's fighting competitions. Back then, the battle arenas had become hugely popular throughout God's domain. Due to this, the battle arenas had replaced the fighting competitions in the real world. Now, not only had Shifeng obtained a magic tower so early into the game, but he also had a battle arena to go with it. With this, he could seize a share of this market before others. By the time he constructed his city, he could further expand his battle arena business. Unlike towns, he could construct mana towers in a city. Moreover, a city's buildings could be much taller. In the past, a super guild that had specifically constructed a massive tower meant for combat, the combat tower. Countless players had gone crazy over the combat tower. Many experts had even made a goal of reaching the tower's peak. If they could reach the top of the combat tower, guilds would instantly target them for recruitment. Even if they did not join a large guild, reaching the top of the combat tower would award them enough to enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of their days. Whether it was for fame or wealth, many players chose to challenge the combat tower. Now that Shifeng had constructed his first battle arena, the first stage of his project was complete. Next, he needed to scale up this project. However, it was particularly difficult to ramp up such a large-scale project. Furthermore, the cost of constructing a building that stood over 100 stories tall was even enough to drive super guilds insane. Following which, Shifeng used a return scroll and teleported to White River City, intending to search for management NPCs. Meanwhile, shortly after the battle arena was complete, it became the focal point of Stone Forest Town. Isn't this a battle arena? Why has Zero Wing constructed a battle arena here? Are you a fool? don't you know that PvP is not allowed in player towns? Now that the town's mana density is so high, it would be a waste not to spar. I wonder when the arena will open to the public. I want to try it out. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. The town's players discussed the battle arena excitedly. To players who had experienced the trial tower, they knew that the denser the environmental mana was, the stronger they would be in a fight. They would be able to improve their techniques faster. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary concentration. A mana-rich environment could help players maintain a high degree of concentration. Only, the cost of using the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was too high. Each challenge cost 1 magic crystal. Even elite players could not afford such an expenditure. However, it was a different story for a player-constructed battle arena. As the establishment was intended for public use, the fees wouldn't be as high as the trial tower. Moreover, unlike the trial tower, players could conduct PvP matches with other players in the battle arena. Their development in the battle arena might not be any slower than in the trial tower. For a time, news about Stone Forest Town's battle arena gradually spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Players who had not been particularly interested in Stone Forest Town began to change their minds. There were all sorts of players in God's domain. Some loved adventuring, some loved fighting, some loved leveling up, and some only had money on their minds. However, all of these players shared one common interest: combat standards. Even expert players found it difficult to endure the Divine Colosseum's prices. Generally, only guild players with the support of their guilds could afford to play there. As for NPC cities' underground arenas, while one could gain some combat experience from fighting there, fighting for long periods would easily cause one to lose focus. When that happened, players needed to take a break and rest. The ample mana state just so happened to make up for this flaw. There is no stopping Zero Wing now. How great would it be if I were a member of Zero Wing? If that were the case, traveling to the battle arena would be more convenient. Suddenly, more and more players wanted to travel to Stone Forest Town. Seeing this, the several major companies that had broken off their discussions with Zero Wing regretted their decision even more. When they heard the news, these companies immediately sent new representatives to contact Aqua Rose, claiming that the previous representatives had declined Zero Wing's offer without the company's consent and had thus been fired. They also expressed their wishes to re-enter negotiations with Zero Wing. These companies had looked down on Zero Wing with contempt, thinking that Blackwater's victory over the guild was certain. However, even now, Blackwater couldn't touch Zero Wing. The most it could do was whittle Zero Wing down. However, now that Zero Wing had a gold mine like Stone Forest Town, it was practically impossible for Blackwater to weaken Zero Wing with its minor harassments. As everyone discussed Stone Forest Town, Shifeng finally returned to White River City. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Upon returning to White River City, Shifeng discovered that the number of players teleporting into the city had increased, particularly the members of other guilds. All around, he could see guild players. Moreover, they were extraordinarily high-leveled, with the lowest being level 39 and the team leaders being level 40 experts at the very least. This situation confused Shifeng slightly. However, he quickly shook the thought out of his head. Right now, hiring NPC managers for the battle arena had utmost importance. To avoid attention, he took an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Shortly after Shifeng left the teleportation hall, a team of 20 players appeared inside. These players each wore an emblem shaped like a crimson flame. The lowest leveled player among them was level 40. The equipment they wore also radiated the glowing effects unique to dark gold equipment. The white-haired man standing at the head of the group was even a level 41 Guardian Knight, whose appearance suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The man carried a diamond-shaped shield with a dragon printed on it slung on his back and a blood-red longsword inserted inside the shield. Despite this long sword clearly being a one-handed sword, the width of its guard was wider than the man's shoulders, while the length of its hilt matched a two-handed sword's. Combined with the blade, the sword was nearly as tall as he was. Seen from afar, the man appeared to wield a bloody cross. As he stood in a spacious teleportation hall, he was extremely conspicuous. Yet, despite the eye-catching composition of this team of 20, everyone who saw this team would almost immediately shift their gazes away, not daring to take a second look. The reason for such a reaction was these players' emblem, which indicated they belonged to the Dark Knight Empire's veteran super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was also the ruler of the Dark Knight Empire. No guild in the entire empire dared to make an enemy of it. The Guardian Knight leading the team was even head and shoulders above his team members. He was Crimson Emperor's top 5 Guardian Knight, Cuttlefish, also known as the Iron Wall, and someone who had witnessed Crimson Emperor's gradual growth from an ordinary guild into the super first-rate guild it was today. At this time, a middle-aged man on the team looked towards the leading Guardian Knight and asked, "Uncle Cuttlefish, we were in the middle of raiding a Hell Mode large-scale team dungeon. Why did you suddenly call us to come all the way over here? I've also just received a notice about this from the guild. It seems that some ancient ruins were found at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, all guilds that have received news about it have already dispatched teams. Crimson Emperor naturally cannot let this opportunity pass either," Cuttlefish replied. Although he was already an old man in his 60s, his voice was just like a young man's, filled with energy. "Ancient ruins?" An elegant and slim female elementalist asked curiously, "Is there something special about those ruins? Is there really a need for us main force members to take action as well?" "That's right. The ancient ruins discovered are like a huge maze. It is massive inside, however, only teams of 20 are allowed. After entering, teams are immediately teleported to an area with monsters that have a chance of dropping a kind of slate fragment. Those who complete a set can exchange for a mount inside the maze. Based on what we know so far, there are even mysterious iron mounts available for exchange. Moreover, this was only in the outer area. Currently, the various guilds are frantically fighting over the monsters inside. It is very difficult to enter the ancient ruins. The requirement for personal strength is extremely high. For efficiency's sake, the guild leader is sending us to pioneer the way," Cuttlefish explained. Everyone else on the team immediately gaped in shock upon hearing this. The importance of mounts to a guild went without saying. Just the number of bronze mounts Crimson Emperor obtained was not even enough for the guild's internal experts, much less mysterious iron mounts. Yet, now, they could obtain mysterious iron mounts just by grinding in the outer area of some ancient ruins. Naturally, the upper echelons would freak out over this opportunity. However, before we head to the ruins, we need to establish a stronghold in White River City. So, Poisoned, you'll be responsible for visiting Zero Wing's residents and negotiating with them. Based on our investigations, Zero Wing has purchased the several plots of land around the teleportation house. Tell them that Crimson Emperor is interested in purchasing one. As for everyone else, split up and purchase some potions and scrolls," Cuttlefish instructed. "Uncle Cuttlefish, Zero Wing is just an upstart guild. Is there a need for Poison to make a special trip there? We are Crimson Emperor. If we want to buy a worthless plot of land, won't it be a done deal so long as we say the word?" a level 40 assassin asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Crimson Emperor was a veteran super first-rate guild. Nobody in the virtual gaming world did not know about it. The various guilds in the Dark Knight Empire also feared it greatly. Now, their guild simply wanted to purchase a worthless plot of land, yet they, members of Crimson Emperor's main force, were actually sent to handle the negotiations. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. If things could really be settled with just a word, I wouldn't have Poison head over either. Cuttlefish could not help but smile bitterly. Alright, enough. Poisoned, you head over and negotiate with Zero Wing. Make sure to pay attention to your attitude when negotiating with them. If they really won't sell, then there's no need to force the matter. God's Domain is unlike any other virtual reality game that has existed in the past. I believe that you guys have felt it as well. The waters in this game are much deeper than they appear to be. There is naturally a reason for Zero Wing being able to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. The female elementalist named Poisoned Wine silently nodded her head. Inwardly, though, she, too, felt that Cuttlefish was making too much of Zero Wing. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shi Feng directly switched to his Spirit Slayer title and walked up to the front counter. Upon seeing Shi Feng, the blonde receptionist with green eyes immediately received him with great respect. "Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC receptionist asked respectfully. "I wish to hire some advanced managers," Shi Feng replied. "All right, then. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. We'll bring the related documents over to you right away." The NPC receptionist bowed before leading Shi Feng up to the second floor. This scene immediately stupefied the players who had come to the establishment to receive quests. Who is that person? He actually got the receptionist beauty to escort him. Even a viscount of the city doesn't get to enjoy such treatment. That person is surely a top-tier expert. It would be great if I could get to know him. The players inside the main hall watched Shi Feng enviously as he walked upstairs. Shortly after Shi Feng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor, the NPC receptionist handed a file to him. The 4-star treatment really is fantastic. After taking just a glance at the first page of the file, Shi Feng was shocked. In God's Domain, players who wanted to hire advanced NPCs could do so only through the Adventurers Association. However, there were differences between advanced NPCs, with some possessing higher intelligence and some lower. The higher the intelligence an NPC possessed, the more human-like they would be. NPC managers with higher intelligence would be able to manage their tasks more effectively. Some NPCs even possessed management skills that were superior to players. They were also more professional. Take Anna for example. Her intelligence was truly extreme. She could easily manage the entire Starstreak trading firm all by herself. However, NPC managers on Anna's level could be encountered only with luck. Shi Feng had chanced upon Anna due entirely to a quest. Normally, encountering such an NPC was impossible. Generally, NPCs with more than 50 wisdom could already serve as considerably good managers, while NPCs whose wisdom reached 60 points were quite remarkable already. As for NPCs with 70 wisdom, only Tier 2 mages could achieve that standard. In the past, among the managers Shi Feng had met, even the one with the highest wisdom had only 73 points in the attribute. Moreover, that NPC had already been considerably advanced in age. Even so, Shi Feng had been quite excited when he found that old man. Back then, the old man had been able to manage an auction house single-handedly with perfect order. Now, however, among the 30 NPCs listed on the first page, Shi Feng could see more than 10 with over 60 wisdom. Among them, there was even one with 71 wisdom, and this was only the first page. The file the NPC receptionist had handed him had over 100 pages. Chapter 1035, Times Have Changed. Before Shi Feng realized it, he had already spent half an hour inside the serene and elegant lounge, reading through the files. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. High-wisdom NPCs, which were usually difficult to encounter, were now available to him in the thousands. Shi Feng had even found an NPC with 80 wisdom. If not for the main god system stipulating that NPCs hired from the Adventurers Association could not be made into players' personal guards, Shi Feng would very much have considered taking all these NPCs back with him to form an army of personal guards. "I'll choose these 10, then." After Shi Feng was done going through the name list, he selected the names of 10 advanced NPCs, 9 had over 70 wisdom, while 1 had 82 wisdom. In God's domain, an 82 wisdom NPC's intelligence was already equivalent to that of a Tier 3 NPC. Although Shifeng still wished to hire more, he had already reached his hiring limit. A small-sized town could hire at most 10 advanced NPCs. Moreover, hiring advanced NPCs was not a simple task. Unlike ordinary NPCs, which could be hired without limit and would only cost 2 gold coins a month in wages, one had to satisfy not only the salary demanded by these NPCs but also their conditions. Just the conditions of the 82 wisdom NPC Shifeng had pointed out could choke an ordinary guild to death. This was because said NPC actually demanded a salary of 10 gold coins per day. Shifeng also needed to pay a 1-month deposit in advance. In addition, the shop the NPC managed had to have at least 500 other workers. To an ordinary shop, having around 20 NPCs managing it would already be more than enough. One could run more than a dozen shops with 500 NPCs, fulfilling this condition would be impossible for a single, ordinary shop. Fortunately, Shifeng was running a large-scale battle arena. He needed to hire a lot of ordinary NPCs to run the establishment. Otherwise, there would be no way to cope with the large number of players visiting the arena every day. After Shifeng confirmed his choices, the NPC beauty beside him happily tallied the bill and very quickly provided him with a figure, saying, "Lord Spirit Slayer, you have chosen to hire 10 advanced managers and 500 normal managers. You will need to pay a 1-month deposit for all of them. The total is 4,000 gold. Once you complete the payment, we will have them sent to Stone Forest Town within an hour. May I know if Lord Spirit Slayer has any other requests?" "That will be all." Shifeng nodded. He then paid the 4,000 gold deposit, his heart feeling a slight sting. The average level of players had risen considerably by now, and the money they could earn was much higher than before. However, copper coins still possessed quite a significant purchasing power, not to mention gold coins. Most likely, there was not a single guild in the entire God's domain that was as generous as himself, directly spending 4,000 gold to hire NPCs to manage just a single establishment. However, Shifeng knew that this was a necessary expenditure. It was simply impossible for players to keep up with the management of a battle arena. After Shifeng was done hiring the NPCs, he checked the time. Seeing as there was not much time left before his meeting with the representatives of those major companies, he promptly left the Adventurers Association and took an advanced horse carriage to the Candlelight trading firm. Inside the VIP room on the Candlelight trading firm's 7th floor. The representatives of the various major companies had already been waiting here for quite some time now. However, none of them showed any signs of indignation. On the contrary, expressions of shock filled their faces. At this point, White River City was the most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm was situated in the central business district of White River City. Aside from NPC-run establishments, the Candlelight trading firm's building was the tallest one in this area. From the top floor of the building, their view of the city streets was unobstructed. They felt as if they were kings overlooking the entire city. However, this unique scenery was still only secondary when compared to the report they had just received. During this period, the number of players residing in Stone Forest Town had already hit the 500,000 mark. In the future, that number was sure to double. A player population of 1 million was equivalent to the population of a major NPC city. If they could set up a virtual store in this bustling town, said store would definitely have no lack of customers. The only problem was that Stone Forest Town was too small. If the town were a medium-sized town, then that would be perfect. However, Stone Forest Town's protection period had ended just recently. The town was only beginning to attract NPCs. It would still take a considerable amount of time to get promoted. Furthermore, Zero Wing was simply asking for too much money. With 1 billion credits, these major companies could establish a large guild of their own or invest into a second-rate guild. With the latter option, they could even obtain a considerable number of shares. By cooperating with Zero Wing, however, they would only get priority in investing into a town. They would only receive a guarantee that they could directly rent a golden land in one of the towns Zero Wing captured. The rent of these lands would be gradually deducted from this 1 billion deposit. This condition was truly a little outrageous. Of course, after they signed the agreement, if they did not wish to continue renting land from Zero Wing, they could get back their remaining deposit after half a year. However, the representatives of the various major companies still intended to negotiate this price. After all, the current situation in Star Moon Kingdom was not particularly stable. There was also the Blackwater Guild persistently plotting against Zero Wing. Hence, they intended to use this opportunity to reduce the price. Just as everyone was pondering how they should go about negotiating with Zero Wing, the doors to the lounge suddenly opened. A woman with an extraordinary figure walked into the room. Although she had hidden her face with a black cloak, judging from her graceful figure, her countenance was no doubt heavenly as well. Could this beauty be trying to cooperate with Zero Wing as well? Everyone in the room immediately started quietly discussing this beauty's identity among themselves. However, they very quickly discovered that this woman's seat was right next to the seat of honor. One could just imagine how much importance Zero Wing placed on this peerless beauty. Meanwhile, this peerless beauty was none other than Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain entered the room, she, too, was momentarily surprised. She had never imagined that there would be so many companies interested in cooperating with Zero Wing. Moreover, these companies all possessed extraordinary backgrounds that rivaled even Aqua Rose's Sun and Moon Group. After she entered, she also discovered that Aqua Rose had become significantly stronger. Although the Cursemancer had hidden her level, the aura she radiated was indubitable. In addition, Violet Cloud, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was even more amazing. Phoenix Rain herself felt a significant amount of danger coming from the young lady. As for Alluring Summer, on the other side of Aqua Rose, she, too, was relatively powerful. A level 41 elementalist could easily rank at the top of any guild. Moreover, Alluring Summer looked to be rather young, so she should still have great potential for growth. Is this really the Zero Wing I know? After Phoenix Rain observed Violet Cloud further, she suddenly noticed that the young lady's every motion looked very natural, and this discovery shocked her greatly. She had seen Violet Cloud fighting at the Dark Arena before. Although the young lady had not moved much at that time, Phoenix Rain could still tell that Violet Cloud had yet to reach the refinement realm. Nevertheless, after just a short time, Violet Cloud had gone directly from the half-step refinement realm into the refinement realm. Violet Cloud was clearly only a teenager, yet she had actually managed to reach the refinement realm at such a young age. If she were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she would definitely be considered one of the pavilion's top geniuses and nurtured heavily. After all, even a genius like Blue Phoenix had not reached the refinement realm at Violet Cloud's age. Shortly after Phoenix Rain took her seat, Shifeng entered through the doors. Chapter 1036, Zero Wing's Foundations. As soon as Shifeng set foot inside the room, everyone there automatically shifted their gaze towards him. Currently, Shifeng had already disguised himself as Black Flame using the demon mask. At this moment, he was dressed in pitch-black armor and wore a black cloak. Two dazzling, blood-red swords hung from his waist, glowing a faint red. The aura his body radiated resembled that of an unsheathed sword, sharp and dangerous. The feeling he gave off was as if it wasn't a human walking into the room but a demon that had just escaped the abyss. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly grew heavy upon his appearance. When Shifeng's gaze swept over the representatives of the various major companies, they instinctively lowered their heads, due to the mental oppression they felt, none of them daring to make eye contact. He's Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Isn't he a little too strong? Alluring Summer could not help but gasp upon seeing Shifeng. He's practically a monster. Haven't I already told you this before? Our guild leader is very strong, Aqua Rose said somewhat pridefully. As long as you develop yourself in Zero Wing, it is only a matter of time before you achieve that dream of yours. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes had also widened in shock as she looked at Shifeng slowly walking over to her. Just how much has he improved again? During her last encounter with Shifeng, the latter only gave her the feeling of a sheathed sword. Now, however, his aura was entirely different. It was utterly overpowering, impressing on others the presence of a steamroller. Rather than calling him a player, he was practically a humanoid lord. Shifeng did not pay much attention to Phoenix Rain's shocked reaction. He had on the level 50 fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. His basic attributes were far superior to those using level 40 or level 45 dark gold equipment. After all, level 50 equipment was meant for tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain was naturally no match for him in terms of attributes. Not to mention, he also wielded a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment. Strength-wise, he had long since surpassed Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. Hence, it was only normal for Phoenix Rain to feel a massive sense of oppression when he did not suppress his aura. However, Shifeng's grandiose entrance had made the various company representatives lose their composure. Now, they were no longer as confident as before. After taking his seat, Shifeng took another look at everyone present before saying straightforwardly, "Since you all wish to cooperate with Zero Wing, I believe you should have already read the agreement given to you, correct? If you have any problems, ask away. However, take note that Zero Wing will not make any changes to the conditions of cooperation, no matter what. Guild leader Black Flame, although Stone Forest Town indeed has excellent prospects, the conditions you require are simply excessive. You could even say that they are far above Stone Forest Town's potential value. Moreover, 1 billion is no small number. If we invest that kind of money into a second-rate guild, we can take control of a significant portion of said guild's shares. Hence, after a discussion among ourselves, we believe that 100 million credits should be a more suitable amount. This way, we'll have a much better time cooperating with each other in the future. After all, the current Stone Forest Town is only that big. Its value is extremely limited. There won't be a single company that will agree to your price of 1 billion. We hope that guild leader Black Flame can reconsider this matter. Our companies are sincerely trying to cooperate with Zero Wing. The representatives of the 20 major companies all expressed their reluctance to pay such a high deposit. Moreover, they also firmly believed that no company would foolishly agree to this condition. However, in order to get a head start in occupying the virtual market, their companies were still willing to pay a certain price. It seems you all are operating under a misconception. Zero Wing's offer of a 1 billion deposit is only the threshold for cooperation. In addition, Zero Wing is providing only 10 slots. This doesn't mean that anyone with 1 billion credits will qualify for this offer. Shifeng then chuckled and added, "If you are dissatisfied with this offer, Zero Wing won't try to force you into accepting it." Before everyone could refute his words, Shifeng took out an old book from his bag and placed it on the table. Staring at the book on the table, everyone was greatly confused at Shifeng's intentions. They then clicked to check the book's information. Magic Tower Design. Could this be? Phoenix Rain immediately thought of the tower in Stone Forest Town upon seeing the name of this book. That's right. Just like you've surmised, the tower constructed in Stone Forest Town is indeed a magic tower. It is also the cause of Stone Forest Town's mana density increase, Shifeng explained, smiling. I believe you all should have already seen for yourselves the effects of the magic tower, correct? Now, do you still think this 1 billion threshold is a little too high? Immediately, everyone in the room fell silent, shock plastered over their faces as they looked at the magic tower design. A hint of fanaticism gleamed in their eyes. Everyone had attributed the change in Stone Forest Town to the newly constructed tower. Hence, the people from the various large guilds as well as those from companies and corporations had immediately launched investigations into the tower. They all sought to obtain a magic tower for themselves. Unfortunately, they could not find any information regarding the magic tower whatsoever. They only knew that Zero Wing had built the tower. There were also rumors floating about that the magic tower might be a one-time use quest reward. Hence, Zero Wing had chosen to set up the tower at Stone Forest Town, using the opportunity to raise the town's value. However, they never imagined that players could actually build this thing. If Zero Wing could truly build as many magic towers as it wished and only needed to pay the production cost, then the guild's potential was indeed immense. In the future, as long as the guild captured a town, it could directly construct a magic tower in it and use the higher mana density in the town to attract large numbers of players. With this, Zero Wing would have another brand new Stone Forest Town. As for Stone Forest Town being too small, that would no longer pose a problem either. At that time, even obtaining a significant portion of the virtual market share would not be a dream for their companies. No wonder he's so confident. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was eyeing the magic tower design enviously. At the same time, she also felt fortunate that she had made this trip here. With the magic tower, trying to gather players and earning money would both be extremely easy to accomplish. Standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose noticed the unflinching gazes of the various company representatives as well as their expressions, which stated that they would become Zero Wing's collaborator, no matter what. She nearly let out a laugh. Although Shifeng had revealed the magic tower design, all everyone could see was the item's name. They could not open the book and view its actual contents. In the end, everyone had mistakenly believed that one could construct an unlimited number of magic towers with the design and did not know about the magic tower design's limitations. Of course, this could not be considered as Zero Wing being deceitful. This was simply a beautiful misunderstanding. Under the fanatic gazes of everyone, Shifeng stored the magic tower design. Smiling, he said, "You've seen the item for yourselves. As for the qualifications for cooperation, 1 billion is the minimum requirement. Or to put it more precisely, 1 billion will only get you a plot of golden land in a town. Also, Zero Wing doesn't necessarily need 10 collaborators. If none of you have any problems, let's start the auction for the first slot." Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Shifeng's words caused another commotion in the room. None of the representatives had expected him to have such intentions from the very beginning. This sudden announcement truly caught them by surprise. The various company representatives, who were originally sitting close together, immediately started eyeing the people next to them, a wary expression appearing on their faces. At the same time, they were also secretly contacting the directors of their companies, hoping to get a quick reply from them. Nobody present was a fool. They knew just how much was at stake here. Just the value of a single town with a magic tower could practically rival that of 8 player-owned towns. Moreover, capturing 8 towns was easier said than done. Even if one managed to seize so many towns, the investments needed to develop these towns were not something an ordinary large guild could support. Most likely, only entities like super guilds would be able to operate 8 towns simultaneously at this stage of the game. However, buying a plot of land in the towns owned by super guilds was nigh impossible for their companies. That was no longer a problem that could be solved with enough money. Super guilds operated differently from ordinary large guilds. They were playing virtual reality games with the intention of monopolizing a large share of the virtual industry and were more than capable of doing so. Hence, why would they want to split their profits with someone else? On the other hand, Zero Wing only needed to capture 1 town to gain the economic benefits of 8 towns. If their companies could gain priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns, they might be able to establish themselves in God's domain's virtual industry. How could they possibly let this opportunity get away? Seeing Shifeng remaining silent for some time after his announcement, Aqua Rose could not help but ask softly, "Guild leader, are you still not going to start the auction?" "Wait a little. There's no need to rush this matter. We'll let them digest this information first. When the time comes, they'll compete with even greater ferocity, Shifeng replied, smiling as he looked at the company representatives busy contacting their superiors. Originally, this matter of cooperation had been relatively urgent. He had even made plans to risk exposing the city building order just to gather enough funds to purchase Ouroboros's training center. The existence of a training center was simply too important to a guild. This relevance was akin to that of the current dojos. The experts nurtured in dojos would go on to participate in all sorts of competitions. Training centers were similar in this respect, where the experts nurtured in training centers would go on to participate in all sorts of virtual competitions. The only difference was that virtual competitions possessed much greater influence and competitiveness. Moreover, if Shifeng had his own training center, he could do things much more conveniently. He would have less to worry about in other matters. Most importantly, he could recruit and nurture members en masse rather than in limited numbers. He could also attract many more people to Zero Wing. This was also one of the reasons why super guilds would never have a lack of recruits each year. After all, nobody would wish to spend their entire life fighting for a half-dead guild that did not even have a proper workplace in the real world. Due to this reason, second- and third-rate guilds would often be a flash in the pan in the virtual gaming world, while first-rate guilds and above remained as steady as a mountain in the industry. After Shifeng waited for a short while, the various company representatives finally completed their tasks. They then turned to look at Shifeng, their eyes filled with appreciation for his patience. It seems you all have prepared yourselves already. Let's begin, then, Shifeng said after getting silent confirmation from everyone present. The starting bid for the first cooperation spot is priced at 1 billion credits. Every increment must be no less than 10 million. 1 billion, 20 million. 1 billion, 30 million. 1 billion, 40 million. At this moment, the various company representatives no longer hesitated as they began frantically calling out bids one after another. There were only 10 slots available. Even in the best-case scenario, only 10 companies could cooperate with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, there were 20 companies present. If some companies were slightly greedy and were willing to pay the price and gamble on Zero Wing's future, a single company might purchase 2, or even 3, slots. After all, however small a town was, there should still be no problem if it had 2 or 3 of the same virtual stores. The stores should not affect each other too greatly. Most importantly, the money they invested could still be taken back. They were merely placing a deposit for renting lands right now. Moreover, judging by the popularity of God's domain, they could already tell what the future of the virtual industry would look like. Most likely, it would be even more profitable than the real estate industry. Hence, the various companies intended to obtain as many cooperation slots as they could right now. Very quickly, the first cooperation slot's price had risen to 1,200 million. Moreover, the bidders still showed no signs of stopping. Aqua, your guild leader is simply too good at doing business. He's practically robbing them at this point, Alluring Summer said, smacking her lips. This was not her first time seeing such large transactions taking place. After all, just the construction of a single 5-star hotel in the real world cost nearly 10 billion credits. It was even more expensive for 6- and 7-star hotels. However, this was definitely her first time seeing a virtual store selling for such a high price. This is nothing. Those who want to cooperate with us in the future will have to pay an even higher price, Aqua Rose said, unfazed by this situation. Although the towns in God's domain were good, they were a far cry from being comparable to a city, particularly the first player-owned city in God's domain. If not for the fact that they could not publicize the matter of the city building order yet, these companies wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate with Zero Wing. During the brief moment Aqua Rose was chatting with Alluring Summer, the price for the cooperation slot had hit 1,300 million. However, as the bids continued increasing and were approaching 1,500 million, the number of people calling out offers started dwindling. At this moment, a clear voice resounded throughout the lounge. 2 billion. Everyone instantly turned to look at the bidder in shock. This person was none other than Phoenix Rain. This woman has lost her mind. She actually bid 2 billion. Who is she? Everyone was stunned by Phoenix Rain's bid. Although they also had that kind of money, the more they could save, the better. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Shifeng asked for confirmation as he swept a glance at everyone present. He was not particularly surprised by Phoenix Rain's bid. After all, she was someone capable of obtaining a battle team slot for the Dark Arena. How could her origins be ordinary? After Shifeng sought confirmation 3 times, he sent the first official contract to Phoenix Rain. Afterwards, she simply needed to place her signature on it. When all the representatives present laid eyes on the contract, envy surfaced on their faces. They then made preparations to bid for the second contract. However, as soon as Shifeng announced the bid for the second contract, Phoenix Rain again said softly, 2 billion. Silence fell once more. The representatives all felt hatred and frustration towards Phoenix Rain's actions. What the hell is with this woman? She is simply insane. There are 10 slots available. I refuse to believe she can take down a third one. Everyone initially thought that Phoenix Rain would hit her limit after purchasing a single slot for 2 billion. They never imagined that she would repeat her feat. However, in their opinion, Phoenix Rain should have run through the funds she had on hand after spending 4 billion. She should no longer be a threat in the following bids. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far crueler than these representatives thought. Without the slightest hesitation, Phoenix Rain bought 7 slots in succession, each for 2 billion credits. Her actions thoroughly frightened all the company representatives. They even started to suspect that Phoenix Rain was merely putting on an act for Zero Wing right now. However, just as everyone was thinking this, Phoenix Rain suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, there's no need to continue this auction. I want all the remaining slots. I hope that the two of us can sit down and discuss the matter of cooperation further instead of continuing to waste time here." Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Although Phoenix Rain did not speak loudly, everyone was still dumbfounded by her words. As for the matter of Phoenix Rain being Zero Wing's puppet, they had long since flung that idea out of their minds. Is this the background of a super first-rate guild? Aqua Rose was greatly shocked as she looked at Phoenix Rain's calm and composed demeanor. Although she had known that a very wide gap separated first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds in terms of overall strength, number of experts, and financial strength, she never imagined that the disparity was this massive. Phoenix Rain was actually capable of purchasing all 10 slots as if she was shopping for vegetables at the market. Just as the various company representatives were about to refute Phoenix Rain's words, Shifeng got the jump on them, saying, "Since you are going to buy the remaining slots, we can naturally proceed with the discussions. Guild leader Black Flame, you shouldn't make such a hasty decision." "That's right. There are still 3 more slots left. How would you know if we can't outcompete this lady?" The other companies immediately grew anxious. Previously, they had intended to wait until Phoenix Rain had exhausted her funds in order to purchase a slot for themselves as cheaply as possible. They never expected something like this to happen halfway through the auction. "I can choose to give up if any of you can offer more than 4 billion for any of the 3 remaining slots," Phoenix Rain said. The entire venue fell silent once more. The various company representatives all gnashed their teeth in anger as they looked at Phoenix Rain. They could not help but admit that Phoenix Rain was simply too accurate in her calculations. Although the various companies present were willing to pay a huge price to cooperate with Zero Wing, a 4 billion deposit was beyond their budget. Moreover, nobody could tell what kind of future awaited Zero Wing. If things went sour, all that money would be frozen for half a year. It was too great a risk altogether. A lunatic. This woman really is a lunatic. If the Blackwater Guild topples Zero Wing, I'd like to see just how she salvages the situation. At this point, the only thing the various company representatives could do was stand up and leave in a huff. As for Shifeng, he was inwardly ecstatic. He had never imagined that Phoenix Rain was actually this wealthy. With this, Ouroboros's training center was practically in the bag. He could even start the second phase of his plan, which was the construction in other cities of training centers that were open to the public, in the hopes of attracting players to go there and improve themselves. With this, he could earn money and recruit more newcomers with great potential into his guild. This was a business model that many major guilds adopted in the later stages of God's domain. This method had uncovered many top-tier experts in the past. Among them, the most famous one would be the Tier 6 Berserker God, Half Madness. Initially, Half Madness had only been an unknown, ordinary player. However, one day, he went to a training center run by the Super Guild Battle Wolves to play around, and the instructors there discovered that he had great potential. In the end, Battle Wolves recruited him, and everything else was history. His strength improved rapidly by leaps and bounds, and he eventually became one of Battle Wolves' mainstays. If Zero Wing could construct such God's domain training centers in various major cities in the real world early on, it could snatch some high-potential players for itself rather than let super guilds monopolize all the good stuff. Guild leader Black Flame, I've already signed the contracts. Now that all the outsiders are gone, isn't it about time we discuss the matter of cooperation? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling as she looked at Shifeng. Truthfully, she had not expected to spend so much money on this visit. Originally, she had only thought that Stone Forest Town had potential for development and was planning to invest in the town. Doing so would also help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion establish a foundation in the local industry. However, the Magic Tower was frankly too tempting. Hence, she had invested practically all the funds she had on hand right now into Zero Wing. As the manager of a guild, she knew full well just how difficult it was to develop a town. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion controlled 5 towns in total. However, none of them were particularly attractive to players. At best, players used them as a rest stop or a temporary base to save up on travel time to high-level maps. Once the protection period of these towns ended, their expenditures would definitely increase. At that time, not to mention making a profit, it would be great if the towns did not incur a deficit. If one were to compare economic benefits, all 5 of the towns combined did not even equal 1/10 of Stone Forest Town. However, if these towns also had a magic tower, players would no longer treat them as just a simple rest stop. Instead, the towns would become a mecca for players who wanted to improve their strength. Seeing as Phoenix Pavilion Master has spent so much money, I believe that your goal isn't just gaining priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns. Instead, it should be the Magic Tower, correct? Shifeng said. That's right. I am indeed doing this for the Magic Tower. As long as you can construct a Magic Tower in a town I manage, I can give you 40% of the town's profits. How about it? Phoenix Rain said and nodded, her words replete with temptation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Be it the ability to capture a town or to develop one, there was no comparison. Meanwhile, Shifeng only needed to construct a single magic tower in order to receive 40% of one town's profits. This offer would tempt anyone. I want 50%. I will also help you construct only one magic tower. Moreover, the location of the town you choose must not be in any of Star Moon Kingdom's neighboring countries, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. He could build only 4 more magic towers right now. Meanwhile, he needed at least 3 to protect a city. Hence, the most he could spare was 1 magic tower. If possible, he was more than willing to construct a few more towers for Phoenix Rain. After all, that was free money they were talking about. Moreover, the magic tower design was not unique. It was only a matter of time before other players obtained the design for it. Once the various guilds all possessed the design, the tower would no longer be valuable. Hence, he had to earn as much money off it as possible right now. As for nurturing competitors, this was simply an unnecessary worry. God's domain was just too massive. There were also countless people playing the game. On the other hand, how many players could a single town possibly contain, or even a single city? If he kept the magic tower for himself, the most he could use it for right now was as a decoration. Rather than do so, it would be much better if he converted the tower into sustained revenue. Moreover, it was much harder to operate a city than a town. The current Zero Wing would barely be able to afford the manpower and resources required. This was also the reason why he was mass recruiting members. Once he built his city, he would not have any energy to spare for managing any additional towns. Alright, then. However, I have another condition. You need to get it done within 3 days. Previously, Phoenix Rain still wanted to renegotiate. However, seeing Shifeng's determined demeanor, she knew that that was not going to happen. However, at the very least, she had secured one magic tower for herself, achieving her initial goal. That won't be a problem. Send the town's coordinates to me. When the time comes, I'll send some people over to build it. Shifeng did not mind this condition. Constructing a magic tower took only half a day. After which, he would have one more source of income. Then, he also would not have to worry about the construction fees for his city. After the two of them signed a contract reflecting their agreement, Phoenix Rain sent a set of coordinates to Shifeng. Savage Wildland, Town of Beginnings. What? You've actually discovered the Savage Wildland? Shifeng was momentarily surprised upon seeing the coordinates. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.